welcome back to some more Lord of the Rings Return to Moria. Something a little bit different today because I've played through Return to Moria twice. Once on stream, once with my wife, who's not over there for some reason, but normally sits there when we're playing. And we love the game, absolutely love it. So I'm playing again today because it's actually on sale on Steam this weekend. And I figured if anyone's new to the game, wants to learn a bit about it, I'm going to show them how. So we're going to jump in, brand new game. This is a fresh install. Customizing the dwarf. Do you know what? I like the look of this guy, so we're just going to jump straight back in and go with this, I think. We just need a name, Torben. Give us a good dwarven name. We can't have Balin or Dwalin or... Let's go Bomber. That was one of my favourites from the Hobbit. Let's have a look. Save. And let's jump right in. Create world. We're going to go for the campaign, Bomber's World. Ooh, is there a difficulty setting on this? Now, that's kind of important when you're playing this, because the difficulty, if you're playing by yourself, wants to be set to solo, without a shadow of a doubt. Let's just jump in and see. Hi, yes, XD. Welcome to everyone in chat as well, by the way.
Clan have answered your call, despite the King Under the Mountain's objection.
We're going to skip this bit, because I recommend you guys watch all the intro and stuff if you're new to the game. It's really good. I've seen it all before, so we're going to jump in and actually just play through. And if you're brand new to the game, you can just follow me. And do feel free to ask any questions on the game if you're live in chat. Or if you're watching this on YouTube after the event, then do go and feel free to leave a question in the comments. And I'll get back to you with the best advice I can give. So, we're in. We want to craft a light source. I'm just going to go difficulty normal. Normal is designed for if you're playing with 2 or more players. This is a really good multiplayer game, by the way. Highly recommend to do that if you've got some friends. Let's just change it down to solo. You'll have a bit better time with it, and if you're new to the game, it's not terribly forgiving. It's quite tricky when you first start out before you get armor and stuff like that. Okay, let me just make sure sound's okay. Hi Jeff, nice to see you. That one should be okay. Sound levels. I'm just going to go and check that this is live on Steam as well. So the developers have got this game on sale. Yep, we are. We are live on Steam. That's awesome. Awesome stuff, and then hopefully this is on the Steam store as well. So welcome folks, I'm MarkGFL. You can find me on YouTube and Twitch if you'd like to come and take a look, check me out, and we're going to go and play through and have a bit of fun. Great stuff. Okay, right, let's jump in. So first job, craft a light source, gather some wood. Let me see, we're down to, yep, like any survival game, we're down to punching sticks. Hang on, there we go. Wood scraps, which I think is all we need to craft a torch. And then we can see. And oh boy, won't that be better. Let's go straight into the inventory. Tab. And we've got it on 1. I kind of like to use my tools on 1 and 2, so I'm going to put this one over on number 8. These are your hotkeys. And lo and behold, there was light, and we can see. Just going to go and check the settings out for the volume. That's cool. We've set it right. Oh, master volume. Yeah, let's turn that up a little bit. I'd like that a little bit louder, I think. Save changes, confirm. Cool. Let's jump back in. Right, what's next? So this is the beginning of the game. We've fallen into the mines of Moria. We can't rebuild that, can we, at a later date? No, curious. You'll find some statues later in the game that you can absolutely rebuild, and should. We need to find some stone from somewhere. Where am I going to find some stone? I don't fancy just beating up with my bare hands piles of rock. Dwarves are hard and made of iron, but they're not that hard. But we will pick up all the wood scraps as we go. Looting things is one of the cool parts of this game. Ooh. Ah, big rock face that we can maybe dig through later on. Keep an eye on that. Let's jump up here. Where's the game going to take us? One of the coolest things I like about this game is you really do feel like you're exploring Moria. I love the way it's got like the old ruined city. The just remains of the Dwarven Empire that once resided here. That looks like a mighty big jump. So we're going to hold down shift and take a big sprint. Up.
Must be a way back to camp.
That was a little bit close. A simple pickaxe. Excellent. We'll just get these metal fragments and we'll craft that. Craft a pickaxe. Dig through the rubble. Open the crafting menu. And let's get one of these on the go. So these early tools, you will sort of outpace them later. You'll get better stuff. But for now, that's all we've got. This game is very good. It is, Jeff. Yeah, I really like it. It's... Survival games can be very repetitive. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of repetition in this. But if it's repetition that you kind of enjoy or is satisfying, then it's not too bad. But as I say, it's absolutely lore-filled, this one, and full of character, which is what I like. And we
are not alone.
we'll see when the dwarves start drinking beer. And singing. That's when you know you're playing a Lord of the Rings dwarf game. We can make a mushroom stew. Awesome. We'll pick up as much of that. Oh, we found a fallen dwarf. Yeah, you want to honour these. If you find the fallen comrades of the previous dwarven expedition that came down here, do honour them. You get a hero's token. They're used for building little statues, monuments to your fallen comrades. Wood. We'll need quite a bit of wood. So we'll gather that as we go.
A raven of Erebor.
Ah.
Are you from our camp?
Thank the winds. I am Arik, son of Arak. Yours is the only friendly face here.
What happened to the rest of camp?
I cannot tell. A curse, ill curse. It blocks me.
Could you search for a way out? And for any other survivors?
I will search. You go east, see what you can find. I will fly to you when I can.
Anyone remember the talking birds, talking ravens at least, from The Hobbit? The birds from was it the Iron Mountain could commune with the dwarves? Commune, is that the right word? Talk to the dwarves is the right word. It looks like my guy's a little bit hungry. We better get some food gathered up. Hi Piranha Man, welcome back. YouTube notified you a bit late. It's good old YouTube and Twitch. They're always behind with notifications, which is a shame. Okay, so whenever you see any food in the game, pick it up. It's worth having. This area will find lots of mushrooms, but you definitely want to keep and store them because later on you won't find quite so many. Ooh, that's a way through. Let's just, whenever you see a load of brown earth like that, it's a tunnel that we can dig through. Is there anything else down here worth picking up before we find our way through that thing? Or is this just where we came from? There's some materials. There is something over here. Oh, that's what I dug through. Okay, great. It's very easy to lose your way in the dark in here. Just ask Gandalf. Happens to the best of us. You remember cross-platform dedicated mentioned by Free Range during the first run-through? Looking forward to that. I think they've got dedicated servers available now for this, which is probably good if you are, running a clan or multiplayer games. This is one game that really lends itself well to multiplayer. For one thing, if one of your characters gets killed in combat, or let's say incapacitated, instead of having to, if you're solo, you then have to respawn back at base and run and get your loot. If you've got friends there, they can get you back on your feet, and that saves a whole lot of time, which is awesome. Cheers, Piranha Man. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see. So, right. We're following the story through. We need to get ourselves up there. So, press V. And this is where we start building. This feels a little bit Minecrafty, but that's cool. Oh, not that one. We want that one. Up. And a good bit of jumping. It's putting my jumping skills to the test now. So these platforms you can build anywhere and use them to get up to higher places. You'll use them a lot when you're mining later on in the game. And that looks like a fall. Now, there is fall damage in the game. I think that's well within our limits. Yep. Lucky guess. Lucky guess. Let's carry on through. Little tip for you guys when playing this. If you find a tunnel like this, it is very tempting as a new player, because I did this, to try and dig out the entire thing, because I wanted to see the glory of the Dwarven Empire restored. I wanted to see this amazing stone archway completely restored, get rid of all that. Don't do that. You want a single one dwarf width tunnel going through. Because if you go through and you find a bunch of orcs on the other side, you want a nice narrow corridor that they have to come down to get you, not a great big wide one that they can surround you with. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. Hi Neon Tree, welcome back. How's everyone doing today? We have a few copies of this that we might be giving away later on. Oh, well, also there is, does it show me in the settings? It doesn't show me in here, but on the main menu, there's Rohan Armor DLC out as well. I've got a couple of codes of that. If you already own the game, then we might have a bit of a giveaway for that. These are Steam codes, by the way. And the game is on sale on Steam today. I don't know how long it lasts for, maybe for the weekend. But if you're thinking about picking it up, and it is one I recommend, then grab it while it's cheap. But definitely, if you've got friends to play this with, have a word with them, because this is a great multiplayer game. And once you play through the campaign, there's like a sandbox mode which moves all the locations in Moria around, so it's a bit different. And you can... Whoop, Doors of Durin. Okay, this is what the game is all about.
The Doors of Durin? What is wrong with it? I've never seen runes with such shadow. No wonder we couldn't get it open from the other side.
Hi Sarah Nixon. This is the campaign mode I'm playing. I've played through the campaign twice, and I've loaded into the sandbox to have a bit of a play around.
The Doors of
Whoop, not that. No, not that.
What is wrong with
Skip.
it? I've never seen
I was
runes
trying to
with
pick up
such
some
shadow.
arrows.
No wonder we couldn't get it open from the other side.
So these cursed doors, there is a way you'll come across in the game to open those later as part of the adventure. So we'll not worry about that for now. However, when we see arrows sticking out of things, that's something that we can beat up with our pickaxe.
The Doors of
No,
Durin.
we don't care about the Doors of Durin anymore.
What is wrong with it?
This is because I'm
I've never
spamming
seen
the E
runes
key to
with
pick
such
everything up.
shadow. No wonder we couldn't get it open from the other side.
We'll get all that.
Doors of Durin. What is wrong with it?
Yeah, I'm a lootaholic.
Never
I'm
seen
sorry.
Rooms with such shadow. No wonder we couldn't get it open from the other side.
Sign of the Fellowship. That, I believe, is one of the cool things I like about the campaign mode. Little things left behind that the developers have put in. This is, Sign of the Fellowship was here, a wee set of shy-made travel plates and forks. There's a bit of a story to each one. If you're playing through, I'll let you guys discover everyone. There's all sorts of stuff in there. A lot of references to the movies and to the books as well, I believe. So the lore in this is pretty good. And actually, I love the movies. I love the books even more, the original trilogy books. And this, I've tried to read the Silmarillion, and it was too heavy for me to get into. But after playing this, I found myself actually wanting to go and learn more about the lore of the dwarves and the background and the history to it all. It's that sort of inspiring, which is cool. You love this game? You've finished it thrice and about to finish the sandbox mode. You can dodge to get out of conversation. Oh, thanks. Yes, you can. Dodge is left control on the keyboard by default. Cheers. I'd forgotten that. So we're going to pick up some gear. I can't remember when we get our first bow, but we're going to have some arrows in stock. Having played through this twice, I must say I generally prefer melee combat to range, but ranged has some very useful things like for hunting, which we'll get to later, and also for triggering certain things if you don't want to run up and hit them. It's quite useful for that. Right. Okay. I'd say we have enough stuff for the moment. The West Gate. Orcs survived. Press G to read entry. It was too much to hope that the orcs of Moria marched to war and never returned. They either survived or never left. Although how many are left is a little uncertain. What we need to do is get ourselves a weapon. Can I craft a basic axe? I can make a shield. Okay, always check. In case you missed any messages that there aren't any new upgrades you can buy. So we're going to have a shield and an improvised axe. So let's craft that fella. And the axe. There we go. If we meet anything nasty now, we can at least fight back. Open the inventory.
Get him.
Whoop. Get who? Get me? Wait. We're not ready. Nope, that's not the wrong. That's the wrong one. Right, 2, 1. There we go. We are tooled up. We've got company over there. Let's go and say hello. Hi, Catherine. Nice to see you. Watching, not attacking. It sounds like they're not interested. If they're not interested... Oh, that's how basic my axe is. That's an awful axe. Doesn't do any damage. Cloth scraps. We need those. You'll notice this big beastie in the background. The King's Brew Tank. We can actually rebuild parts of the Dwarven City if we want. There'll be a long time before we have materials to do that one. But one cool thing about the game, if you're into this, is that you can actually make the Mines of Moria completely over again. Okay, we have a little friend down there. That's run off. Okay. Don't worry, they'll be back. Is that scattered remains, metal fragments? Anything in the water? Right, this water's safe. There's a lot of deep water that it isn't. This had an update because last time I thought you'd finished the game. I have. I'm playing through it. Oh, I'm starving. Hang on. Open up tab. Chilies will store health. These will. They don't need to be on the hotbar actually. We just right click. Is it right click? Double click? No. Do we drag them to the hotbar? I thought we could eat them from the inventory. That's alright. We'll eat them from there. You can definitely eat them straight from chests when we build a base. They do give a lot more benefit when they're cooked. So we'll get onto that. That should be enough. But I think I came down here. Yeah, if I remember, there was some new stuff. So yeah, the game has had an update, Catherine. There are now dedicated servers, which aren't such a big deal. I don't think they're such a big deal if you're playing single player. But certainly if you're playing multiplayer or a part of a clan or a group, I think they're pretty big for that. If anyone knows different, do correct me if I'm wrong on that, by the way. And there's also a DLC out with some new armour, some Rohan armour, which I have a couple of copies of that DLC to give away as well. From the movies, I absolutely love the look of the Riders of Rohan. I think the armour and looks are fantastic. I tried to create it in another game. Bannerlord, the Mountain Blade sequel, or second Mountain Blade sequel. I'm going to put that in there so I don't fall to my doom next time I come across. And nearly fell to my doom. Here we go. I've also got some copies of the game to give away, which we'll talk about later.
Ah, Arik, what news?
There's no way west. No way out.
I did not think we would see shadow-cursed runes in Moria. Our path, then, must go east.
Long journey. You must prepare. Up here, at that old dwarven camp.
You're right. It's time to find shelter before making our way further.
I will scout ahead. Stay alive.
With luck, we will exit the Timbrel Gate. For now, we must face the long dark of Moria.
I've just realised that the accent I've picked, because you can totally customise the dwarf when you create them. The accent I've got on here, he sounds like Zangief from Street Fighter 2. If anyone is as old as me and old enough to remember that.
An outpost of Balin's.
That's dinner right there. Nice. And that, by the way, that's sunlight coming in. Throughout the mountain, you'll see there's like veins of these white crystals. They look like diamond. Think of them as like, I don't know, glass, I suppose. And that brings sunlight down into patches deep within the mine, which is very welcome, because it gets rather dark down there. Anything up here? Always worth having an explore. We can dig all this stuff up if we want. That's okay. We'll come back and get it, because we're probably going to be... One common theme throughout the game is managing inventory space, and that's a challenge. Even more so in single player. Your packs fill up very fast, so there's certain things it's advisable to carry around with you. And other things, you know, you've got to make space for carrying loot, but we can upgrade the packs later, so that's going to be cool. And this, I believe, is going to be our first little camp. Let's make some space in here. Rebuild the hearth. Okay. Where is it? Here's the hearth. What does it require? It requires 10 stone, which we have. So when you're building a camp anywhere, the first thing you need to put down is a hearth. There's 3 or 4 different hearths in the game. Actually, this one, upgrading this one's just giving us some more recipes. If we go into build, you can build a camp anywhere you want in the game, which is great. But you can only build, apart from platforms, you can only build other structures around a hearth. So a camp hearth is a really small one, which you'd stick down if you want to put a bed down to just to rest and recover some health. Or later in the game, a fast travel point. And then you've got a small hearth and a big stone hearth like that. If you're gonna, that gives you a bigger building area. So that's kind of cool. What else have we got? We have a furnace, which we're going to rebuild as well. Obviously for smelting ore. We're dwarves, we're miners, we're smiths. There's going to be a lot of that going on. We need to fuel it as well. That sounds like trouble. You will hear randomly orc and goblin patrols as you're running through. Sometimes it means they're right round the next corner and coming to get you. Other times, not so much. Ori's records. I found a parchment in an elvish hand. Durin's Day. 2989. It's like Captain's Log. Star Trek. Balin has sent fibers to establish outposts in the far corners of Moria. Here we begin our search. Come out of that. Also, there's a secret, well, not so much of a secret chest.
A dwarven chest. Let's get you open. See what you're keeping secret.
There's a lot of these, well, you'll see them at various camp locations around the world. Let's make some space in here. Sometimes these vases have something in worth breaking up. We're going to make ourselves some proper food. Oh, and a bed. Actually, it's essential we get a bed down. I should have done that first. We're going to put the bed in... Well, it's only me playing, so we don't need to worry about space too much. It's on the build menu. Bedroll. And just stick it down there. Yeah, if there's like 8 of you playing this game, then you might want to talk with your teammates about where you put things down in a base before slapping things down. So we claim that. That's basically our respawn point as we go. Right, let's make this into a proper base. Get the stone. Not that wall. That's a good wall. These, not so good. Let's get that knocked down. It's an interesting game, this one, because progression isn't done by experience like another thing. You don't need to grind anything out. You don't need to use skills over and over again. To get new recipes, to get better equipment, you just have to explore. But often, in order to explore, then you have to do the work to get better gear first. So it's a nice game. I like the fact, it took me a while to get used to, that there was no experience involved in this. You don't level up, you don't gain perks or anything like that. It is literally just a case of exploring and doing stuff, which is a really nice way, actually, to play. Let's see, do we have... Oh, my torch. Have I put my torch down? I think it probably burned out. Okay, let's craft another. And let's go and equip that. I think I'm going to put that guy... I'm going to put it over on there, so I can reach a bit easier when I'm running around. There we go. Torch and a pick. Right, let's get some doors on this thing before anything comes a-knocking. Go to wood and stone. We should be able to build stone wall. There's better types of walls later on. Whack that on that side. And then perfectly fitting in the middle, put one with a door. You can put, like, windows, walls with windows in. The enemy might see you through those, though, and come after you. I'm not 100% sure on that. So we were advised, don't bother with windows. They're nice for looking out of, but that means that things can see in as well. So that'll give us a bit of time and a bit of protection. Orcs will attack this if they come to get you, though, so just be aware of that. Oh, if you see any construction you put up, and it's got like that little blue diamond above the thing with the number in, that means there's new recipes to learn by accessing it. So, or that you've learned a new recipe, and this is what we can do from this one. So just mark all the scene. We know those. We need to make Ori's key to open that chest. And there's a camp table. We'll build a base somewhere else that isn't like a semi-predefined one later. And we'll show you how to put it together. So, on the hearth, the only recipe we have roasted meat, but we don't have the skills for that. So let's do a mushroom stew. That's a breakfast. No, sorry, that's a lunch. It's a lunch, beg your pardon. If you eat the correct type of meal at the right time of day, you get an additional buff for it, which is a nice idea. I find, though, that the breakfasts are the most important because you'll tend to want to sleep overnight because everything is in blackness. So go to sleep then you don't have to struggle with light. And then when you wake up, nice big breakfast, or two, if you fancy a second breakfast. That is a thing in the game. There is a buff for that. And then off you go, working for the day. Actually, I don't need the torch out. Let's put the torch away and save that. We do need a bit of better light in here, though. So let me go to... I think it's under Essentials. Yeah, a wall torch. Let's rotate this, because we can't see a thing in here. Rotation is TNR. There we go. One right above the door. We'll put one in this corner. Can we? Just... It takes a little bit of precise positioning sometimes to get these things where you want them. It's worth persevering. Is it on there? There you go. Lighting up that corner. And we've got a black spot just here. So let's put a torch on there. These stay permanently lit and don't require fuel. So they're well worth using. There we go. I could put one in that corner. Just why not? Why not? We don't like darkness. I'm not a dwarf. I like to be able to see. Hi, Pan. Welcome back. So, we've got breakfast on the go. Goes onto the camp table. We'll eat that straight away. There's better meals later on, as you might expect. Lots of farming as well. It's currently night. Okay, I maybe should have saved that. Food does go off if you do that, but it's pitch black. I'll show you. Is it black out here? It's definitely darker. It's not too bad, but it is definitely darker. What we're going to do... Oh, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Before we do anything like that, I mentioned inventory was always a problem. By our fire over here, we're going to build... If we have the thing... Yeah, we have a wooden chest. So let's just replace that. Put that round like that. And stick some stuff in it. Nice. I'm going to put the food in. Yeah, shift-click moves things faster. I don't need the arrows. I'll need some of these, but probably not so many. However, we can make a pallet for the wood. I don't think we can make a pallet for the fragments, so the fragments might need to go in. If you control-click, you can keep a separate bunch out. And I'm going to put the rest in, because these are used for repairing things, and don't think we need them with us this early on in the game. But we might. Now, dried fruit is just like a basic healing thing. I'm going to play it fast and loose and suggest that we don't need that with us just yet. I may come to regret that. We shall see. Hey, Vosper, just in time for the Steam sale for this game. Yeah, the developers very kindly asked me to stream this today because the game is on sale, and I believe... This is also live over on the Steam store page for it as well. So, hi guys, if you're watching, do come over and say hello on YouTube or on Twitch. It's MarkGFL. You can find the channel on there. And if you're interested in getting this game, it is one I highly recommend. There's always some issues with games. However, there's nothing in this one we weren't able to overcome. Oh, and Catherine, you asked earlier if me and my wife were still playing this. No, we're not, because we finished it. And we had an absolute blast. And it was one of those games where when you finish it, you feel almost sad that the journey's over because we just enjoyed it so much. So we're probably going to play through it again. And yeah, but it was nice. We haven't played a game together in a long time, and this was a good one to get back into. Okay, we are going to go and do a bit of mining, I think. Always close the door behind you because it's polite, and it keeps things out of your base. Nasty things that make noises in the dark. Right, as you see, we've built it right opposite an old dwarven tavern or something, which is kind of cool. These things down here, Ori's Musnakan carving. It's a bit of a mouthful. Basically, it's a carving of Ori. Each zone in the game has its own dwarf character carving set to get. You collect enough of them, you place them on an appropriate altar, and you get some rewards. We'll find that in a little bit. Well worth doing. Hi, Pack. Henry looks different today. Yeah, Henry's shrunk a bit and grown a beard. Don't worry, we'll be back to Kingdom Come Deliverance tomorrow. And then on Sunday we may, and I say may because I haven't got my timetable determined yet, we may do a little bit of News Tower, which is an awesome little indie game. I streamed it before, absolutely loved it. They've got a charity sale going on the 24th.
Orcs.
Oh God, I wasn't ready for that. Come on then. Oh, I think they're going. Are they going? They're going. That's good. That's fine. It is night. It might be wise to go and sleep. I'm going to push my luck and go and get some iron ore out of this while we're here. Yeah, early in the game, the orcs will run away, which is very nice. It gives you a chance to get established before you get killed and ganked. Hi, Scott. It's on your wish list. You're going to pick it up. Definitely recommend it. But hang on a little bit. I do have a few copies to give away today. I might put a little quiz in chat for you guys. Or a little challenge for you. And we'll see who gets a copy. Oh, this is a cool thing.
There's a tavern in the deep, they say, hum-da-dee-o-day-o, where the barkeep croons to a tune they play, hum-da-dee-o-day-o, hum-da-dee-o-do. And once you know how the ditty goes, hum-diddy-o-do, means at the oaken door with the raven crest, you can sing for your supper and a good night's rest. Hum-diddy-o-day-o, hum-diddy-o-do.
How about that? A bit of dwarven singing. It's one of the coolest things in the game. If you're playing multiplayer, all of you can join in the song as well. And that's one thing I really like. And the reason you want to sing is because if you complete the song, you get a little all frenzy boost, which lets you dig faster. It's like going back to the old hi-ho, 'tis off to work we go. All dwarves dig faster with a good old work song going. Hi Steve, are there any extra content coming, do you know, Mark? Yes, there is. Well, you may have already seen it, but there's a Rohan Armor DLC, which I believe may be out today. If it's not out today, then I believe it's coming soon. I have 2 copies of that to give away as well, for those of you guys who may be interested in that. I haven't seen it, so it would be a nice surprise. Oh, is that some iron ore? I think I missed some iron ore up there. One little tip: if you're struggling to dig away a piece of earth or rock, if you hold the right button whilst using a pick, you can precisely aim where it strikes. That does help. We do sometimes get floaty bits of rock in the air, and you think, I want to extract every possible mineral from what I'm digging. So, yeah, that helps a little bit. Just cosmetic DLC then? I believe so, but I honestly haven't looked at it. So it's worth checking it out and see if there's anything else added to it. The developers did tell me they were working on more stuff for Moria, but that was the last time I streamed it. I would like to see more content. Do you know what would be awesome? If they could add in, I don't know, an Iron Hills or a Lonely Mountain DLC, or maybe have that as a sequel where we go and rebuild the Dwarven Kingdoms there. It'd be a nice thing. You bought it, Vosper? Cool. I hope you enjoy it. It's a cool game. We have a Discord. I'll drop a link to Discord in chat. I'm sure most of you already know it. Whoa, hello. Mr. Angry. Right, hold block. And watch out for wolves. They're not too hard to actually avoid. When they go like that, they're going to attack where you were at the point they move into that position, like that. And as soon as you see them do that attack, you can just dodge and they will go right past you. I'll show you what I mean. There. So there we go. And then you just turn around and wallop them. And we have wolf for tea. There's a dwarven mining song about that, which I'm sure you'll get to hear later on. You're hoping for more content, more cities to explore and mine and rebuild. I mean, you can play the sandbox mode. I personally love the the campaign mode. I think it's brilliant because you get that story of going through and that feeling of following where the Fellowship went. This game is set, I can't remember how many years, but many years after the events of the third Lord of the Rings book, The Return of the King. So Gimli was leading an expedition back to reclaim Moria, and he couldn't open the door, so he tried to blow it up with gunpowder. You fell through the hole and got trapped, and that's where the story brings you in. Okay, we are going to set some breakfast off. We don't actually know a proper breakfast at the moment, so that's fine. So we're going to just... We'll do... Yeah, one portion should be enough. And we're going to sleep and recover some health. Also, we get through night, which is black and dark. If you spend too long in darkness, you start to suffer from despair in the game.
They'll make a tasty treat.
Charmed, I'm sure. So, first job of the day, food. I think I was a hobbit in another life. Or I should have been. I could fancy a second breakfast. You remember those names from Lord of the Rings as backgrounds for dwarven player characters? Yeah, there's lots of good ones. Let me see. So we will. I think I will build. Oh, I'll tell you what I will build. What's a cool thing? We might have one actually down here. It's a coal pallet. Okay, we don't have coal just yet. That in the corner, by the way, that looks just like a piece of furniture that doesn't achieve anything. So I'm going to break that up to get the wood scraps out. So what we can do is we can build some cool stuff here. We're going to have a wood pallet. Now this costs 6 wood scraps to build, and it basically allows you to store loads and loads of wood in a great big pile. I'm going to stick it here, so I don't think we'll put anything else there. So what we can do is we can go over to that, middle mouse, scroll down, deposit all wood. And that's far more efficient than using it in a chest. But we're going to take a few back in case we need to build platforms or torches and stuff like that. We can also do the iron ore pallet. Now, it costs 6 iron ore to build, and at the start of the game, iron ore is pretty scarce, and you might think, oh god, I don't want to waste 6 iron ore building that. Well, the cool thing is you don't waste it, because you build it like that, and then you instantly get 6 iron ore on it as well. So it's not a waste, it's just a nice place to store it. And we can dump all that down. That's not much. I was hoping that we might have got some more out of that hole over there. The cool thing is, anything in your base counts as like shared storage, so that we can just go over to the furnace and we can craft our iron ingots. Oh, we don't have much coal. We better go find some coal actually. Let's see if we can create as much of this as we can. And you don't have to have it in your inventory, so crafting in base is one of the best things ever in this game. There's so many survival games where you'll have come across this, right, guys? You've played the game for like a dozen hours. You have boxes and chests and stuff piled up everywhere. Then you have to go and craft, let's say, a bow. You need some wood and a piece of linen thread. And you think, right, I know it's in here somewhere. And you'll spend 20 minutes going through every box trying to find where you put the linen thread. Not an issue here. As long as it's in a chest or in the base, on a pallet, it's counted as being with you for crafting, and I really appreciate that. Roros, poetic, too much in darkness you fall into despair. It's good, isn't it? And there are parts in the game which are so dark that even holding a torch or building torches aren't enough. The real depths of Moria, where you mine the really precious gems. I think that's cool. You can only spend so much time in there before it gets quite claustrophobic. That's actually a stat, by the way, the darkness stat. It's not just me waxing lyrical about it. Lord of the Rings Online, clans for player characters to pick from, gave differing bonuses. Did they? Lord of the Rings Online was a pretty good game. Is it still fairly popular? What have we got in the... Oh, I know what we need to build. We need to build a stone pallet as well. Although I don't think we need to build too much more stone here, but I'll put one in. And then we do need to dump it off. So deposit all stone. You will get a lot of stone in this. I'll take a little bit. I don't think there's anything I need to build straight away. What I do need to build is a forge. And we need 3 iron ingots, which we've got some ready. So we'll rebuild that. On a repair smithy. Oh, the repair smithy is excellent. Let's go find some iron ore and see if we can rebuild that quickly. And then when you build a a new structure for the first time unlocks a load of cool recipes as well. So let's get that. We can forge. Now, the iron sword is obviously better than the crusty old axe that we got. The iron hammer is very important for repairing stuff. The only thing we can build at the moment is Ori's key. So we're going to do that one. Open that chest behind us. Sarah Nixon, Lord of the Rings Online, you played a couple of days ago. Last time I played that, I started in the Shire and never ever left it because I spent all my time running around delivering pies. I thought it was great. If you overlap the hearth zones, everything around your entire base is linked storage. Yeah, that's one of the cool things in this. Let's go and open the chest. And the fact that you can expand your base by... Did I not... I thought I did that. Did I not do that? Oh, we needed coal. Right, okay. Ori's key. Let's see what he's left us. Search in Westgate. Ori's journal. It's well worth reading those, folks. I'm going to skip through because I've played through before. I don't want to give all the spoilers and story away for you if you're new to this. But, yeah, it's great. You build up a bit of lore knowledge. Nice. Iron ingots. Some proper food there. That's quite nice. Right, we're going to dump in the precious stuff. And the leather. We'll take those with us, I think. S sorts it all out. Did I not take those? Ah, I pressed the wrong button. That's what comes of playing too many different games. You get muscle memory for the wrong set of controls. You like this camp building aspect? As most bases, camp's about as big as that room. Bigger. You can have a tiny little camp where you just build a bed for the night. And maybe a fast travel point. Talk about that in a second. Or you can build huge, great big base, and you can, by placing more hearths down, you can expand the area that you build. The walls and the base size are only limited by the resources that you got. So the more stone you go and mine, and granite and adamant later in the game, the bigger you can have the base. So no, there's no limits. And there are some very big structures to put in later, like massive brew tanks for beer, being one. The beer effects and brewing in this is quite good as well. Right, we have... I'll put the iron in. The coins, when you have 100, you can make a treasure pile and worship it, because we are dwarves after all. Lembas bread is amazing stuff. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let's put that away and that away. We don't need those with us. I'm going to put that in there. And I'm going to move everything along one, I think. Because I quite like having lembas or any food on the number 1 key. It's the one I can reach the easiest. I might actually, yes, let's switch these around because I don't want to accidentally reach for the axe and eat my only source of healing at the moment. That would be bad. So what else do we need? This has got some more recipes, has it? We can make coal from wood if we're desperate. That's alright, so mark all those as seen. And it's telling us to go and search an area down there. Okay, let's head out. Close the door. We're not barbarians. One thing we can do... Oh, actually, how much to make a repair smithy? Let's just have a look. I don't think I've got the iron for it at the moment. This requires 2 more iron ingots. These are really good because it means you can repair any bit of armor or equipment back up to full durability. It's not so important at the start because building basic picks and axes cost next to nothing. But when you have better gear, it wants to be repaired rather than just trashed. We're going to do something a bit fun here. We're going to build ourselves some defences. I'll show you a little trick that I was taught. I can't take credit for most of this. A lot of this I was shown or taught myself, so I'm happy to pass that information on. Find the axe fragment. Oh yeah, we're looking for Durin's axe, or the bits of it, so that we can rebuild it. Still seeing it promoted on the Steam banner. Probably a niche crowd, but visible. Oh, Lord of the Rings Online. It's nice to see an online game like that still going, though. It is nice. There's nothing sadder in video games when, you know, an MMO with like a big community just ceases to be a thing. been through there with Star Wars Galaxies, but luckily, I mean, that was 20 years ago and more. I got out before it really went down the pan. It was a sad time. Okay, let's go and build ourselves. If you look in the building tree, if you look, I mean, we can put walls up here, but it darkens things in a bit. I'm looking for a little stone barrier. That's the one. And then let's just rotate that round. I could do with a... Can I put a torch on at the same time?
Then we'll kill them all.
That gives me a bit of a fright. I'm going to line it up with that pillar. Middle mouse moves it backward and forward, by the way, when you're placing these. This just uses a bit of stone. I don't know if goblins can come over this anyway. It does meld it into the pillars and the scenery, which is really good when you're placing walls and stuff. Let's put it along here. A, this looks nice, but B, oh, I see. You see that golden thing? I'm out of it. I'm in it. That's the extent that you can build. So if I put another hearth down here, or even out here, it would then expand the area that we could build in. But this is enough for now. This is the first base. It doesn't want to have a whole lot of stuff in it. Right, just putting that there. It means that when we come back, we have to jump over it, which is going to be a hassle. But it also slows down goblins and orcs coming to attack us. So it's well worth doing. So I never got to Moria or Minas Tirith in Lord of the Rings Online. No, I did actually play outside the Shire. It wasn't just all about the pies, but I didn't play the game long enough to get to any of the late game areas, which would have been awesome to see. What have I just picked? Oh, it's my shield. Oh, I've got 2 buttons. I need to switch those around. Hang on. I'm on 3 and 4. I am going to end up accidentally... I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to end up accidentally eating the lembas bread. So let's just put that back over on... Let's say 6. I should be able to reach it okay there. That's better. And off we... Oh, hello.
Doran's pain is gone, right? Perhaps we'll find its bones one day.
I haven't heard this voice in my previous games. I've always chosen a different one. A lot of the accents are Scottish, which, as we know, all dwarves are Scottish, thanks to Lord of the Rings. But they fit in really well. Oh, by the way, the voice actor who... Well, not the voice actor. The actor who played Gimli in the movies voices Gimli in this. Is what's his name? Rhys Davies? Someone Rhys Davies? I think that's really cool. If you watch the cutscenes, you'll hear that at the start. I skipped them today. Anyway, we are going 3 and 4. It goes all dark. We're going to take on these death badgers, because these guys have materials we want. Now I need to remember how to recognise their attacks and dodge it. They're not quite like wolves, but they're not as dangerous either. This one seems to be asleep. One thing I like, if you hold down the attack button, you do a charged attack, which is a lot more effective. Okay, I mentioned those carvings earlier. Here we go. Muznakan of Ori's Line. If you place the carvings on here, it says we need 5 in total. Oh, I've put them back in the base. Right, let me go and get that. You get 5 in total. It opens up. You get some cool stuff out of it. Roros, Star Wars Galaxies was great. Because the house building aspects. I know, right? Players built their own towns in there. And communities built cities and stuff. I thought that was absolutely amazing. I loved doing that. What I loved was going shopping. You go around the other towns and the other guilds, malls and stores, buying all the stuff from the armor smiths and the chefs and things. I thought it was an absolutely amazing game, that one. Let's put that away. We don't need this stuff with us. It's night already? Okay. Let me go and put the coal on the coal pallet. It's night, but it's not black night. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run down just to get one more thing. We can just vault over that because I'm feeling bold.
We got orcs.
Oh, we have got orcs. Right. Dodge. Dodge. You can see when they're swinging an attack or lining an attack up.
That is all you've got?
And they're not too hard to miss. Oh, hello. If you see something lining an attack, just hit the dodge.
No
Oh, my camp's under siege? That's not good. Hang on.
You will not kill this dwarf.
You might. This means your base is under siege when this happens. They will try to get in.
One more for me.
They will try to destroy the hearth. That's what they're going for. Is anyone in there? I'm just going to go check. I don't think they are, but... No, we're good. My barriers are good. Now they're in. Okay. So my barriers didn't really slow them down that much. Hang on, let me just dodge. Get off. I need to focus on one. There we go.
This one's done in.
They will get fed up with this and disappear in a minute. I hope. Any more? Wow. Okay. That went on a bit longer than expected. Don't think you're getting away. Right. Okay. So yeah, be aware of that. That usually happens at night, I think. There is a parry. Well, there's a block. So you can block with the weapon, or you can block with a shield, which I think is easier. Against ranged weapons, that's obviously better. But dodge is quite good. You've got to be aware that it uses your stamina. Now you can see here, I've got 2 stamina bars coming up as I'm dodging. The yellow one that's going down is your stamina. And the blue one is your energy level, which is refreshed from eating certain foods or from sleeping. Your stamina will not exceed your energy level, or at least it's limited by your energy level, which I think is probably quite a realistic thing. So did we actually pick up anything cool and interesting there or not? No. A damaged abac. Now they're used for making potions. I will just confess here, I've never made a single potion in the game because you will loot quite a lot of them later on. And also, inventory space is so limited, I tended not to take them with me. But they do have certain uses, and at higher difficulty levels they're probably essential. But at the moment, we're not going to worry about 2 of those. I'm going to see if I can build... I was hoping to build a workbench, but that comes... Oh, no, it's not under workbench. We got the recipe for the Scouts pack. Small pack meant for short journeys. Larger packs give more inventory space. I'm just going to go and check. What's the one we've got? We start with the Scouts pack. Okay, so although we learnt the recipe for it, the only reason we want to build one is if we ever lost the first one. So don't go wasting materials on that. We will find better ones fairly soon. Yeah, so there's dodge and parry. My wife, when she played, she was like, she went one-handed weapon and shield, and she loved the shield. There's not only parry, block with it rather, but if you press the attack button whilst holding right to block, it will do like a shield bash. Really good for knocking enemies down. I went for the whole damage build, intended to use big 2-handed weapons, because I figured the best way to defend yourself is to kill the thing before it gets a chance to hit you. You can probably imagine I did die a lot more, but it was quite satisfying. The great thing is, though, you can just play however you prefer. We are in the morning. We don't have any breakfasts yet, so we're going to make... we're going to do 2 mushroom stews. I believe you can only cook one type of food at one time, so we'll put mushroom stews on there. Shadow of Darkness, welcome back. Hi, how are you doing? Watching your video from a holiday hotel. Nice! Hope you're living it up wherever you are, having a great time on holiday. Yeah, for anyone just joining us, Return to Moria is on sale at the moment on Steam. Well worth picking up. In fact, while that food's cooking, actually, let me just go and have a look. I'll just bring the tab over. 40% off. Is the DLC out? There's a collection bundle, a Yuletide pack, digital art, game soundtrack. I don't know. There is. I'm going to have to see if I can get hold of one of the devs that asked me to or talked to me about streaming today, because there's the DLC for Rowan. I don't suppose that'll be on sale. I think that would be unexpected. But I don't know if it's actually out yet either. That's the only thing. Just going to just make sure I haven't had a message. Nope, that's okay. Do say hi in chat, folks, if you're there. That's fine. Anyway. Oh, yeah, little tip. If you're playing this game and you decide to go and make yourself a drink or grab a snack, if you're in multiplayer, log out. If you're all going. Or, you know, things will happen in game. There is no, just because you're not playing doesn't mean to say the orcs won't come and eat you. So, yeah, be careful with that. Mushroom stew. We'll double up. Now, if those were breakfasts, that would now give us the second breakfast buff. But they're not. They're just lunches. So I'm not doing anything clever. I'm just a pig because I like eating. The Rohan DLC came out with the Yuletide DLC. Oh, did it? Ah, okay. I think I finished this game. It was around about Christmas time when I finished it. For the first time, anyway. Okay, so we survived the fight. The rat's back. We don't need to kill the rat. I think... Nice, yes, we picked up our carving wood back. We're looking for 4 more of those. Let's get... Oh, my axe is nearly broken. It's okay. Basic weapons we just throw away when they break. We don't care too much about them. Anything around here? Because we don't want to miss anything. One cool thing is that you can explore the buildings. A grist mill. We need iron, wood and stone. I mean, it's nice if you want to rebuild Moria. You don't need to rebuild these things, by the way. I would recommend just focusing on building things in your base. However, if you did have the materials, and we'll get ironwood later on, if you built that early, it would give you access to what it does. That's for grinding cereals, by the way, into flour and other things. But it might give you the recipe for it before you'd otherwise get it. That's a curious one. I actually don't know about that one. Oh, hang on. Is that ale? Is that... No, some of these kegs you see, we'll try and find one later in these old bars. They actually have ale left in, and you can have a drink and it gives you a bit of a buff. You can break up the furniture. Be careful you don't chop through the floor like I normally do. Like, oh, there we go. That is Durin's axe fragment. And we have a quest for that. I didn't realise it was up here, so that's cool. There's a hot tub on the balcony of the building you're in. Oh, I thought you meant in-game for a minute. You're talking about your hotel and holiday. Really? A dwarven hot tub? How did I not know about that? Now I've got this image of like all the dwarves from Thorin's company sitting around in a sauna. I'm not sure that's an image that I really want to take to bed with me later. But that sounds awesome, Shadow. I hope you're making use of that. It's the best thing about going away on holiday, right? Take advantage of all these facilities that you don't normally have. Feels like a proper treat. Just make sure it's not a time machine hot tub. Oh, we've got another carving. Excellent. I don't think that chest gives me anything. No, it's just normal wood. Later on, deeper down in the mines, when you see these buildings, breaking up the furniture can give you iron, wood and other stuff. So, little tip there. If you need materials, you can always go and harvest these. Right, the death badger. They're not called death badgers, by the way. That's just what I nickname. They're actually reasonably peaceful unless you go and antagonise them, but that's what we're here to do, right? Antagonise things and loot them. So we've got 2 options of where to go next. That axe is about to break, so I'm not going to wait for it to break. Same with the pick, actually. I'm going to make a new one, and I'm going to throw that one away. Simple pickaxe. The pick doesn't matter so much, but the axe, if it breaks in combat and you suddenly find yourself, you know, trying to beat up an orc with your bare hands, it's not that pleasant. You can drop things just by dragging them into the thing and just letting go. It's just nice and easy. And I'll use the pick. It's going to smash any second. Especially if I go through there. I'm going to get every bit of value out of this thing, because I'm tight being a Yorkshireman. You gave him the Death Badger name around episode 2 of his first run through. Was it you? Is that where I got it from? So, that doesn't actually... Well, it means it's not usable. We're not going to bother repairing it. because we don't have the repair smithy yet. When we get better things, then we repair stuff. Right, off we go through. So we've got a choice of directions. We can go through there. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put on top of there, we're going to put a wall torch. You can use standing torches, you can put whatever you want. It's just so that we can see when we're running around in the dark which way back it is. Is it there? Oh, there we go. Sometimes you just have to stand at the right distance and you get it. So that helps. A lot of people like to put like a couple of standing torches, one either side of the place like that, but that should be enough so that we can navigate around. There are places in the game later on. The map, it's easy enough now. Later on, and you get to levels where there are multiple elevations, it gets kind of hard to read. So leaving like a trail of breadcrumbs, like torches on walls, becomes really, really useful when you're trying to find your way back from places. When we get back to base, I will talk about fast travel as well and explain how that works. We don't have access to it yet. Oh, big boxes like that. You go into buildings, break them open. We've got some thyme seed. It's not useful to us yet, but you can plant that and grow it later on. It's used in cooking. Fennel seeds. We're gonna get all this stuff, aren't we? Yeah, we're gonna get all the stuff that's not much use just at the moment. Fennel seeds. Oh. But you never know what you might find in these places, so pick everything up. Right, and now, before we go wandering off into the darkness proper, you'll notice our inventory is full, so I'm going to run back to base and drop all this off. This is going to be a common theme to this game. I think I should probably take that little rat over there. Where's he gone? He's going for it. Oh my, he's gone. He knew what was coming. He wasn't hanging around. You light every big room up, especially the big resource rooms. It's worth doing if you're going to be spending a bit of time in it. Let's have a look. So deposit the wood and then take a few back for building. We haven't got any more iron ore. Deposit the stone. Didn't get any coal. And about this time, I know what we're going to do. We're going to build another chest over here. Just stick it by the door, and then we're going to start putting like resources into there. Oh, I need to put that on the thing, so that can go in. We're going to have a food chest. We may as well put the food chest by the cooker. And then that can be the resource chest as we run out the door. So drop all these in. Cram is another thing you can eat straight away without cooking. It gets you some health back. I'll put that there so we've got it for later. And resources and other things. You can come with me. Nice. Let's get rid of all that. And off we go. I like the music in this game as well. It's nice and chill.
Ever wonder what sunlight feels like?
That's kind of creepy as well, when you suddenly hear a flipping goblin voice or an orc voice in the dark, and you hear it in one ear, and you instantly think there's a patrol there and going to attack. Oh, there is a patrol there in this case. This is it. Sometimes you'll hear those voices, and it's like the game just putting things in because you hear whisperings. Sometimes they're on the side of a wall where other side of a wall you can't see them. But in this case, they were actually coming. There we go. We block. You were asking if you could block. Block is definitely a thing. And so is shield bash. And if something's on the floor, it can't hit your back. Very rewarding. What's my torch on? 6? Let's have a look up here. Oh, nice. Okay, coal. We're going to want this. I'm going to put myself a platform. Am I? Up there. And then we can just dig in. Don't dig away the thing that your platform's connected to, by the way. That's not wise.
Well, there's always food and there's always drink. Hum-diddy-o-day-o. You can stomp your feet while the anchors clink. hum-diddy-o-day-o, hum-diddy-o-do. And once you know how the ditty goes, hum-diddy-o-do, means at the oaken door with the raven crest, you can sing for your supper and a good night's rest. Hum-diddy-o-day-o, hum-diddy-o-do.
I love the songs.
My pickaxe swings true.
I love the songs. And what's quite impressive is they've got every song pretty much sung with all the different accents and voice actors in the game. Female ones too. Oh, there's a bit of... Can we target that floating bit of coal? I think if we get this bit, I think it will go with it. I can't land on those. There we go. Has it got it? It's got it. There we go. Nice. I love the singing. Bringing the dwarf that you used to finish the game would help you speedrun this world. Oh yeah, I'm not worried about speedrunning it. I'm just doing a show just to help new players into the game, to explain things how we go along. And if I brought like an accomplished dwarf in from my previous game with all the gear, it would. I don't think it would help explain things that we need to do. But yeah, you can do that. If anyone's new to this and watching, if you played a dwarf either halfway through a game or even completely through a game, you can bring them into any other game you start or your friend's game, and they bring their equipment and stuff over with them. So if you decided, you know, you're playing solo, you can still take your dwarf into another world with a friend, playing their world when maybe they're not around to play all the time. So you can have multiple games on the go with the same characters, which is really nice. Had I finished exploring down there? I don't think I had. Oh, I need some more wood scraps. Should be one in there, is it not? There we go. Ask and ye shall receive. So you can see the map up the top left corner. I don't think I can zoom in on that, unfortunately, otherwise I would. I have that pinned in the settings so that north is always at the top. You can have a rotating mini-map, so it shows that forward is always up. I get completely lost when they do that in game, so I pin it so that it's always facing north up, which is great. But you can see the little like funnels coming off the corridor. There's 3. That means there's a gateway or a doorway that leads onto new world. So when you're exploring the world, look out for those. It'll give you a clue as to where you need to go. So I'd say what's my inventory like? We've got space. I'd say we've got a fight coming up here. We'll have some free meat off little Ratty here. Meat doesn't go off, by the way. So all we need to do is just dodge, and then lay into the wolf. Oh. Haha. Once you see them pounce for that, they haunch down. Well, we didn't get a chance that time. But once you see them, like, crouch for that attack, that's when you just press control and just dodge out the way. Took me a while to figure that out, but once you spot the attacks, it's nice and easy. Okay, this is important. So a damaged statue. This is how we get new recipes. I need to build an iron hammer. Let me go in. I've opened the crafting menu with C. If you go to the recipe list, you can see what you can only build basic things in the normal crafting menu. Very basic things. But if you open up all recipes, you can see what you can build at each thing. So here we can build an iron hammer. We need 2 iron ingots, which I don't have on me. They might be back at base. Can't remember if there was enough left there. These you need to do. You build these to get new recipes, and it is kind of important. I think we're going to take what we've got and go back to base before exploring further. Let me get the pickaxe on. What's in there? Yep, wood scraps and bits. And that way we don't lose these statues, because in later levels, which are much more maze-like than this, it can be hard finding your way back. You can leave markers on the map.
I see prey ahead.
But I like to do things as I go along so I don't miss them later. I'm just going to gather up some wood in case we need it. Right. This is the beginning area, of course. It's nice and easy. You won't get lost around here. But these are just general tips that will serve you well throughout the game. Right, let's sprint back. Oh, wait. So let's see if we can get that fella. Right, I don't need a shield, actually. But that's fine. You got to sprint after these. Hold. Ah, yes. Okay. These things, they look like, what are they? Goats? Goats and deer and things like that. They drop hide, which is an essential crafting item. And to get them, you basically have to sprint at them. They will startle as you get close, and at that point, you do an attack. And if you're lucky, you will collide with them and hit them. Much easier to take down with a bow and arrow, which we will get later on. Yeah, but hides used for building or crafting better backpacks. And that's a huge part of the game, so well worth it. Did we pick one of these up? No. So you'll notice I'm running back to base a lot. My inventories, it fills up fast. Food, by the way, respawns. Most food respawns every day. There are some things that take a few days to grow, like oats, but you'll come across those later in the game. But they do regrow in the same positions. Also, and we may have missed this. Yeah, I have. Over on this side of the bridge. Oh, look, there's tons of onions. Sunions. Oh. Hang on, my inventory's full. Let me get out of here. We're going to come back and harvest these. Let's put a torch on so you guys can see where I'm going. Oh, thank you. We'll leave poor Ratty alone. So who in chat's already played this, already got it? And who are we watching today that is kind of curious about it? About picking it up. What are you doing in here? Out! Out! Pesky rats. I don't know. Taking advantage. We'll drop some stone off. I got some coal as well, didn't I? So drop that off. We'll put the meat away. Did we? I don't think we have any iron ore, do we? No, we haven't. How many? Let's see. We can craft an iron hammer. Excellent. So we have just enough ingots in stock. Let's craft that one. Cool. We can go and rebuild that statue now. And that's kind of key. The hammers, by the way, let's assign them. Let's stick them on there. You can also use them to repair your base. So have them equipped. Go up. I mean, this door took damage, I think. Yeah. Just give it a tap. The wall took damage when we were fighting the goblins off earlier. Well, no, but you played it a bit, but too many other things to do, so haven't got very far yet. Just learning about the game today. Steam as your stream up on your main window. That's cool. So, okay, you played it and loved it, Steve? And Jeff, you have it in all the DLC. It's quite a popular game. I picked it up. It was actually given away free on the Epic Store around Christmas time, and I picked it up then, and I've loved it ever since. One of those games that I love it when you get a game and you feel like you can hardly recommend it to everyone. I don't really have a bad thing to say about it, apart from, and this is a general gripe about all survival games, inventory space. It's always full. I mean, maybe it's the way I play. I tend to loot everything I find, and I'm a hoarder. But I never have enough inventory space. Luckily, you can build as many chests and stuff as you have space for back here. But, yeah, it's always a thing. Right, I was going to talk about fast travel. In our first base, there's a ruined map stone. Now, we don't have access to build these yet. And we don't have the ability to repair this yet because it requires both a steel hammer, which we'll build later on, and a black diamond, which we'll get from fighting orcs mostly when we find the orc camps. This is how we fast travel. So once you've got this repaired or built another one somewhere else, you can click on them and you fast travel to any other one that you've got. And you can rename them as well to make it easier to get around. And that's really good. But the early part of the game, no fast travel for us. It's if you see one of these that's ruined, it's cheaper to repair one than it is to build a brand new one. Just a little hint there. You got it free from Epic as well, on my recommendation. That's cool. Hi, Bazhat. You're also from the UK. You've played this game and loved it. Nice. Okay, let's go along. All right. So while we're here, let's put my torch out. I don't need to be burning that. Let's give away one of the copies that I've got this to give away. So if you haven't got the game at all, let's switch over to that so we can see what's going on. Right, so what should we do? What should we do? Someone give me your favourite Gimli line from the Lord of the Rings movies. Can be anything. I'll give you a minute or two on YouTube and on Twitch. We don't have stream chat on Steam, unfortunately. But if you guys want to come and join in, I've got more copies of this to give away throughout the day's stream. You can find me just over that way, MarkGFL, YouTube and Twitch. You can come and say hi, and we'll be giving away some more stuff later. And if you've already got the game, we've got some copies of the Rohan Armour DLC as well. So, I'm going to pick one. I'm going to pick the one that makes me smile the most. So if you see one that's already been used, if you haven't typed it fast enough, then pick something else. But we're going to have an afternoon of this sort of thing. And you can think of some Lord of the Rings jokes for the later stuff as well. Right, so I came back mostly to dump all my rubbish off, but as it's night, we're also going to sleep as well. Gems, very useful. They're used for upgrading stuff later and decoration in things. We'll need them later on. Not so much at the start, but it's good to start gathering a few up. And we have a load of metal fragments already. I had some more arrows somewhere. Yeah, that's curious. I'm sure I had some more arrows somewhere. Oh, I've also seen I have a load of cloth scraps. Now, there is something you can do. I'm going to give you guys a tip while I'm waiting for all the Gimli lines coming out here. A little tip. Now, this is not so useful at the start of the game because you've got limited inventory space. But if you look at the materials required to build a camp hearth, you need 10 wood scraps, 6 stone. And this is a difficult one, 6 coal. Wood scraps and stone you'll get pretty much anywhere throughout Moria. If you always carry 6 coal around with you, and if you always carry, I think it's 2 cloth scraps. They're found in most places, but if you wanted to, just take a couple. Just take a couple. Now, the reason for this, and this becomes much more relevant later on, especially when you get the fast travel and you can build map stones. Let's say I've just been wandering off in the darkness for half an hour. I'm miles away from base. I'm going to get attacked by wolves here, so this is a bad time to show you this. Hang on, let's deal with these things. It's always a good time to kill wolves. There we go. Don't pick up the broken axe. Right, okay.
To a family of
we know about that. Hang on, let me just drop the broken axe again. So, we've wandered off. We're tired. We're beaten up. What we want to do is camp. Hold that. Pick yourself the camp hearth. Amazingly, I don't have enough wood scraps with me. I'm an idiot. I left it all behind. But basically, what you do is you carry enough wood and enough stone to build yourself a camp hearth and a bedroll, and you can just deploy it. You can instantly rest where you are. If you have a fast travel point, you can build that and go back to base, which is really good. And afterwards, you can destroy it and get all the materials back. So not the best example, because I came without it. But again, early on, difficult thing to do because really limited inventory space. And you'll want that space for carrying all the loot home. Alright, we're going to have a look at the comments in a moment, in the comments section. I should learn to close the door behind me. Let's put this stuff away. I don't actually need it with me now. And we're going to go and put the food away as well. And when we set out in the morning, we are going to go and fix that first broken statue and get ourselves a reward. But we need some breakfast on the go for that. So, what have we got? We've got not much meat. We've got loads of mushrooms. Do a couple of those. Go and hit the sack. Right, let's have a look at the comments. What have we got? Sarah Nixon, let them come. There is one dwarf yet in Moria who still draws breath. That's awesome, isn't it? From the throne room in Moria, when the orcs and the cave trolls come in. I like that one. What else have we got there? Toss me. One unfortunate thing about the movies is they try to portray Gimli as a bit of a comedy thing, and it's fun. It totally is. But he's such a serious character from the books. and like a determined character. And they then doubled down on this in the Hobbit movies, didn't they? Where they made the dwarves just clowns, mostly. Apart from Thorin, who was like super serious and intense. You can have my axe. I asked for a single hair from a golden head. She gave me 3. That's a very tender moment that we see in Gimli there. Nobody tosses a dwarf. Not the beard. Yes, I remember that. Not the beard. They're trying to drag him up by the beard, aren't they? That's when they're running from the Balrog. Is it the Balrog? He's about to fall off the bridge of Khazad-dûm. I think... Oh, certainty of death, small. Chance of success, none. What are we waiting for? That is an awesome line. That is an awesome line. Demonizer. I'm going to go with that. Certainty of death. Yep. Small chance of success. What are we waiting for? I love that one. That's a good line. You've just got yourself a copy of Return to Moria. Now, what's going to be the best way to give it to you? I'm just going to write your name against it on my notepad. Probably if you send me a DM on Discord. Let me just drop a link in there. Let's see, where are we over here? I've got loads of notes for various streaming things that I'm doing at the moment, and I can't find it. There we go. Go away. Ah, come on. It's under... It won't let me into it. Do that. Open that up. If you drop me a message on Discord, I will give you one of these codes in there. I think that's going to be the easiest way to do it. If you don't mind. I don't think we can't send messages on YouTube anymore. We used to once upon a time. They used to have messaging available on it, but sadly no longer. Or maybe it's a good thing it doesn't have it anymore. Who knows? Right, let's drag that back. There we go. I'll wait to hear from you. Do speak up in chat if you've got issues. Thanks, guys. Right, okay. So it's late morning. I've nearly left it long enough to have... Do you know what? If I could have starved to death and died from that if I'm not noticed. When you get hungry, if you get super hungry and starving, you do start taking hit point damage. Anyway, it's late morning. That's an appropriate time to set out for a day's work, I think. I think that's fine. Let's go and see if we can find some iron ore. Let's go and fix that statue and see what delicious new recipes it gives us. Oh, here we go. Right, axe out. This requires expert timing. Sprint. Attack. Oh, I've missed. Okay. Far, far easier. Do you know what? It might have just got itself trapped in a corner in there. It will try to come out past me. It's going nowhere. Excellent. Hide. Brilliant. We will want that later. Okay, were we going that way? No, we weren't. I've come past the junction I wanted. It's down here. When you played, you were fighting a horde and decided to escape by fast travel, and the horde travelled with you. Yes, that can be a thing. You think you can escape the horde, but nobody escapes the horde. What else have we done that's caught us out like that? When we were playing the 2-player one and we went through, there were various instances. But yes, you go back to base and you think, oh yeah, I'm going to get away from them. No, they just come and attack your base. Wolf for dinner for me, which is a cool line from one of the songs later. Oh,
What's that?
all I want is a bit of peace and quiet.
Get him.
What? Nearly got clobbered there. I did get clobbered there.
This one's done in.
I like my Russian dwarf. Actually, that's a variety of hamster that I had once. Going back a long time ago. Anyway, slightly off topic. Let's repair this. This is what we came here for. I've left all the stone behind. That's easy fixed. That's easy fixed. I think I left it all at base, didn't I? Let's dig us some more stone out. You can't see it, but... Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry, guys. I forgot we were still on that screen. Just under my camera, just under me. When you're digging away, it does actually tell you how much you've picked up any one time. So if you've got a little challenge like that, you think, oh, I need to get 10 stone. You don't need to guess. You don't need to keep count. It will just flash up as long as you keep this digging. 7, 8, 9, and 10. We'll go back and fix that now. Baz, you were the postman to the Lake Bernard Hill long before Lord of the Rings movies? That's really cool. Did you have to deliver a ton of fan mail? Actually, I bet whoever was the postman after the Lord of the Rings movies had to deliver a massive ton of fan mail. So you can see, by rebuilding that statue, we've got the first part of 2 required to make the Iron Hills gloves. So that's going to be some cool armor that we get later on. Let's go exploring and see if we can find the rest of those statues. Hey, Piranha Man, you didn't have hamsters, you had gerbils. Oh, I was a hamster person. I used to love them. Used to put them in one of those balls and watch them trundle around the house, banging into things. Iron ore. Okay, this is where we want to be. Oh, Sunyon's there as well. Let's get up there. Now, we could spend the entire afternoon digging out the stone from that place. There's a lot of it. But we're not going to do that. As much as we like lots of stone, we don't need to. When me and the missus played through, she's a hoarder as well. But the mining was just so much fun that we did actually... We had so much stuff, we would never, ever be able to feasibly use it all. So we're going to go to the top. Little tip for new players. You find a collection of stuff like this. Start at the top and mine down. Because it's so much easier. I might have to sprint for that. Yep. So much easier to mine down than it is up. Do I need the torch on? No, we can do without that now. You had terrapins, tropical fish. Oh, and piranhas as well. Hence the name, right? Piranha Man?
If you lose your way and your torch goes black, hum-daddy-o-day-o, you can whistle clear and they'll guide you back. Hum-daddy-o-day-o, hum-daddy-o-do. And once you know how the ditty goes, hum-daddy-o-do, means at the oaken door with the raven crest, you can sing for your supper and a good night's rest. Hum-daddy-o-day-o, hum-daddy-o-do.
Never interrupt a dwarf when he's singing.
Yes.
By the way, I think if you move away from the area, you'll stop singing, you don't then get the buff. So it's worth persevering. However, I think once you've started singing, you can release the button and stop mining, and it's absolutely fine. I think you finish the song and get the buff still. So you can see over on that side of the screen, it says Ore Frenzy. That's a little buff. I think it just helps it dig away faster. There's also the Hero Spirit one. That was from rebuilding the statue. Now, I think you get that as well from worshipping... Well, not worshipping, but honouring your ancestors at memorials and things, which is really cool. It's a game about getting as many buffs as you can from food and everything else. It does help. So back to delivering fan mail to Bernard Hill. Oh, I missed the first line you said there, because you said his catchphrase was "Giz a job," and I thought that was from the Boys in the Black stuff, right? I mean, I think that was just before my time, or when I was really young, so I don't remember watching it, but I remember the catchphrase. I didn't realise that was Bernard Hill, though. That's really cool. Tell you what, Theoden is probably my favourite character from movies 2 and 3, Lord of the Rings. The speeches in particular. And of course, all the memes that we have as a result of them these days. It's absolutely awesome. For those inspiring speeches before the charges of the Rohirrim, especially the one in Return of the King, where they turn up outside Minas Tirith. That was epic. Still brings a tear to my eye, and I must have seen the movie 10 times. You remember a game years ago that had a character in it called Piranha Man? I don't remember. Wonder Boy, I don't remember. Piranha Man is some sort of real fish-like superhero, I guess. There's a lot of iron in here. I fear that we may fill up our inventory, but iron ore is very much worth collecting all of, especially early on. You'll need a lot. And it's used for building repair smithies and forges. What? Is it forges? I think it is forges. Yes, you'll need it for forges, but repair smithies in particular. It's one of those things that's worth carrying a few around with you for when you build a camp. But again, right. I hope I've got the repair bits for this, which we can fix later on. But oh, we're full. Are we going back? How much iron ore have I got? It's late afternoon. I can get some more. I will get some more. So we're going to craft another simple pickaxe. Metal fragments and wood scraps. More efficient to repair these actually from this point on. So that's what we're going to do. But this just saves a bit of time. Psycho myself. Hi Mark, got the game a long time ago. Did they finally add the Balrog in the game? Not that I know of. But that would be one hell of a scary thing if you'd play through the game 2 or 3 times, got down into the depths and suddenly the Balrog jumped out at you. You can see the crack to hell where he comes from. Well, as you know, because you played it obviously, but to others, you see this fiery crack in the darkness. And not the Balrog's fiery crack. Oh my god, that's an image. That's an image that we don't want. That's the extended adult version of Lord of the Rings, if you want to see that, guys. Balrog OnlyFans. But, no, I don't think he's in the game. It's kind of cool how they incorporated a dragon into this, because we know the dwarves and dragons have quite a bit of history. I mean, I would probably know more if I'd bothered to finish reading the Silmarillion. But I had a go at reading it when I was... I'm going to say 16, because I'm guessing, because it was a while back. And I found it really tough going. But apparently, if I'd persevered, I would have got to the better stuff in the stories afterwards, because the first however many 100 pages apparently is just world building and setting up the lore and things. And after that, we get to the epic tales of the heroes and stuff, and I didn't realise that because I didn't stick around long enough. Oh, I have no wood. Right. I think we're going to come back to this, because this iron ore seam goes on much higher than I anticipated. Unless I can hack my way a little set of stairs up here, which might be possible. Yeah, if things are falling down, we might be at the point now where our inventory is so full we can't pick anything up. Oh, Piranha... Oh, Wonder Boy was on Sega handheld console in the early 90s. What was that, the Game Gear? It was called the Game Gear in the UK. It might have been called something different in the US. Sega consoles did that, didn't they? We had... I mean, Nintendo did as well, actually. If I recall right. I'm old enough to remember all this nonsense. I'm going back a long time. I just want that little bit of iron right there. That's got it. Okay, I think we can drop down there now. How are we doing? Oh, I've got room for more. We don't like to leave iron behind. Iron's like our comrades. None gets left behind. In your collection, you got a letter signed and dated 1964 from Tolkien, left to you by a great friend. Hey, that'd be nice. Tolkien was a remarkable man. A great storyteller. The way he invented languages and alphabets, and I think he did that before he wrote any of the stories, so that he had all this background knowledge and basically world built to draw upon. I might be wrong, but I'm assuming he did it that way around. But he's a really interesting character, because he was a World War I veteran. I'm not quite sure what he did in the war, but once I learned that, I kind of watched the Lord of the Rings movies, and then the stories, of course, in a slightly different light. Because when you get to the end of the Lord of the Rings, and in the movies that are different to the books, I won't give any spoilers about the books, because if you haven't read it, do, but it's different to the movies. But when the hobbits go back to the Shire afterwards, I find this fascinating. Because we've got Sam. Now, Sam, takes everything in his stride throughout the entire adventure, doesn't he? He's not overly fazed by anything. He's a rare character amongst the Fellowship. He's one of the few that just gets on with stuff and is just happy to accept things. He comes back, he adapts to everyday life, fits back in as if nothing different had happened. Frodo comes back. He is so mentally scarred and physically scarred by his journey, he can't adapt to living a normal life. He can't relate to people, and people can't quite relate to him. No one gets him. In the end, he just has to go. He leaves with the elves for different shores because he can't fully fit back into society. And you get Merry and Pippin who come back, and in the movies they're slightly portrayed as like they've been off on this epic adventure, they've done amazing things, and no one back home really understands what they've done, and they feel like they don't fit back in, and they long for the camaraderie of the people they've met along the way. And I realised this portrays pretty well the lives of the veterans who returned from the First World War. There was some who just reintegrated back in, got on with things as if nothing had happened. Sam. There were some who are so affected, PTSD, mentally, physically scarred, they can't get back into life. People don't understand what they've been through. Frodo. And there's some that long for that sense of adventure that they only gained through their comrades in the army and in the war. Merry and Pippin. And it was only when I found out that Tolkien had been a veteran himself in the war that suddenly fit right in and made sense. Has anyone else seen that? Or am I talking out of my backside? Which might well be a thing. Right, I've got some friends waiting for me down here. And they are patiently waiting. Oh God, I've got the wrong weapon on. Where's the axe? This would be also a bad time for this axe to break. Wolf, come back. There we go. Can we get your bits? And we're off. Orc is an abbreviation for Oxford Rugby Club, of which Tolkien was a member. Is that true? That's incredible. Actually, had orcs been mentioned... Are they an invention of Tolkien, or had they been mentioned anywhere else before? Because we see them in all sorts of other stories and things now. Why am I carrying those? Oh, I know why I'm carrying those. Hang on, just swiftly past the death badges. My torch was burnt out long ago because I was talking too much. So were orcs a Tolkien invention, or have they been mentioned in other things? So goblins have been mentioned in obviously tales and folk tales and folklore across many different countries and continents for long, well, Europe, many countries, should we say, for a long time. But orcs I don't know about. Sam became mayor of Hobbiton, and I think he had 13 children. Yeah, he and Rosie got quite busy, eh? Enough to form his own company to go off to the Lonely Mountain if he had any interest in doing such a thing. Although slightly unlucky, perhaps. Right, we need to get that. We need to, first off, ditch the iron ore. And then we need to load this... Oh, we don't have coal, do we? Right, so craft as much as we can. We've probably got loads of iron ore now. I suspect coal might be the defining problem. Which we can create a bit with wooden scraps if we do get short. What have we got? Stone. We'll ditch the stone. And we'll always make sure we've got 20 stone for repairing statues when we come across them. Right, it is night. That stuff will be ready in the morning. Let's craft us some mushrooms. Yeah, still think they're the best. Let's ditch the food in here. Let's ditch the other stuff in the other one. And get some sleep. Baddest Dragon Mage. Is this game open world like Ark? Well, I haven't actually played Ark. Just to put that out there. It's kind of open in that you can go where you want. There's some areas later on that are going to be gated off until you've got particular materials, and then to get those materials you need to have done certain stuff to get the designs for them to be able to make them. So I would say it's not really open world. It's not exactly a linear path through either, and when you play in the sandbox mode, I think every time you load in the arrangement of Moria is a bit different. So no, probably not. Should look at the Inklings with C.S. Lewis. He was a member of the Inklings. Other members were killed in World War One. Oh, right, okay. I didn't know that. I know, I haven't played Ark. That's one of those games that I've somehow... I mean, there's lots of variations of it. Did I ever go at one of them once? I can't remember. I don't think I've played it, though. But survival game-wise, I've played this Medieval Dynasty, which starts off as a survival game and later turns into more of a settlement management game. I've played Grounded. That was an interesting one. Grounded was interesting. I think that's probably the best, maybe the second best. This might be my favourite world, actually, for a survival type game. But Grounded has an amazing world, but the gameplay was just not enjoyable for me. Back in the day. It might be better now. I played Subnautica, first game. Amazing atmosphere. Terrifying to play. That was good. What else have I played? I think those are the main ones. Certainly some of my favourites anyway. No, Sam didn't go to the Western Shore. I think he stayed behind. Well, maybe by the time he'd had 13 kids, he might have thought, sod this, I'm off, and just left Rosie with him and gone. I don't know. Ark's a lot of fun. Oh yeah, Conan Exiles. I've played that as well. I played that when that first came out. When it had the big, remarkable, what should we say? The schlong setting, when you made a character that jiggled and you could have it hanging down to your knees. That, when it first came out, was the most memorable thing about it, because I don't think the game was that great. However, I have reliably been informed that that game is awesome these days, because it's been developed and patched and improved, and it's always nice to see a developer doing that. Right, 9 iron ingots. Let's get the rest on the go as well. Okay, it's cool stuff making time. Let me start with, and I like to put this... maybe not right by the door. Repair smithy. Now this is cool. So if we stick that not by the chest either, we'll stick it in there. We go to that, we can click on that, and it'll show you all the stuff to repair, and it only costs 1 metal fragment, and it takes them from the base, and that's better than having to build new things, especially when you get better gear later on. So that's awesome. What else are we going to do? Let's go and build some stuff. We have the recipe for an Iron Hill shield. This is just a tier 1 shield. We get something better a bit later on. That's going to take 3 of our 5 ingots. It's okay. We have enough ingots. This is probably more important. A proper sword. Should be slightly better, I think, than that crude axe. We can't put things in that chest, unfortunately. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let's build another chest here. And we're going to use this for putting old gear in and stuff I don't want. It just keeps it out the way. Also, it's not a bad idea having a spare weapon in the base. If your base gets attacked, your main weapon falls apart in the middle of fighting off a siege, it's nice to have something to come and grab, so you've got an extra one. Let's take that as well. Oh, sorry, not the chest. Grab the iron ingots that are ready. Go to the forge. I'm going to have an iron shield, because it looks so much cooler than the oak one. Later on in the game, I tend to prefer two-handed weapons, because they look epic. But for the moment... doesn't that look nice? Doesn't that look nice? It looks... I mean, that shield looks like it's sodding heavy. But our dwarf is hard as nails. He doesn't care about such things. Let's put that in there as well. Orkneys were creatures in Beowulf. Ah, I didn't know that. You've been to the Eagle and Child pub in Oxford, where the Inklings used to meet. So who else was in there? I've heard of C.S. Lewis. Lewis Carroll was before all that time, wasn't he? I think Lewis Carroll... is either C.S. Lewis or Lewis Carroll went to the school I went to in Richmond. He's got his name engraved in one of the tables there, and they still have it proudly up on the wall. Forget which one it was. Oh, it was Valheim as well. Thank you, Psycho Myself. I remember that. Valheim is closer to Moria. Get stuff, upgrade, move on. The other section of the map. I've played Valheim too. Haven't finished that one. I played it, I think, when it was in early access. Pretty good game. Loved the multiplayer aspect of it. It worked well for that. I think Conan has the best building system. I think you can build epic bases and put NPC staff in there, can't you? Okay, let's have a little think. What time are we on? We'll do... Let's do another giveaway. What time? It's late morning. We've got food. I haven't got the torch burning. That's fine. Let's do another giveaway. Let's have in chat. Let's switch back to this. So if you're watching on the Steam homepage, I've got another copy of Return to Moria to give away. Steam code, obviously. You can find me at the YouTube channel over there or on Twitch. Let's have you guys. We had the best Gimli line earlier. What's the best Gandalf line? Gandalf doesn't appear in this game, but I think his hat does later on. I'm sure we find Gandalf's hat. But Gandalf's great. One thing I wanted to get a prop for when I'm streaming. I was going to get a Gandalf pipe and a Gandalf beard, but didn't want them separate. I was going to have them like made together. So I'm streaming like this, and when I want to come out with some Pearl of Wisdom, I pick up the pipe. It's got the beard attached, and we just hold that. And we've got Gandalf coming out with some amazing story. I need to actually make that. I think that would be awesome. Okay, I'll give you guys a minute. While we do that, I'm just going to go and see if I can catch Demonizer over here. Let's have a look. Pending. Excellent. Demonizer, I'm going to get you your code on the way right now. Just make sure that you guys can't see any of this on the stream, otherwise it defeats the purpose. There you go. Sorry, I apologize for being brief in the message. Let me know if that's okay. Hopefully everything is fine. You're welcome. Thanks. Okay. Let's see. We'll give that a minute. What else do we need to make in here? I think the iron ingots are done. So we'll get those. Don't think I have iron ore for any more right now. Was there anything else from the list? Treasure. We can make a pile. I rarely have enough to warrant making a pile, so we won't bother. And we're going to be moving on from this place. I won't say imminently, but shortly. Right, let's put... I'm confused. Did I not pick them up? I thought I picked them up. I could have... Oh, I have done. They've gone into my toolbar. Yeah, watch out for that. Oh, I'll give you another little tip in a minute. Right, let's put those off. So, they want to go in there. However, if you can... I'm just going to do this. Oh, that can go in there. We don't need that with us. And then you're going to wonder why I'm doing this. Oh, actually, we need a torch on there. Let's put that... Ah, I see. That's why I've got a gap there. I need a torch. I'm always going to be explained in just a minute. It's gone back on. Okay. So what I would recommend is always have this toolbar full. When we get like potions and other weapons and items, you probably will anyway. But you don't want any gaps in there. And the reason for that, when you die in the game, you have to run back and pick your corpse up. And when you come back to your corpse, you find the pack, you pick everything up there. If you have empty spaces in the toolbar when you die, when you pick everything up, it will fill it with other stuff and it'll move where your weapons are. So if you die in the middle of a pile of goblins, you go back, pick your stuff up, you instantly try and press, in my case, 3 and 4 to get the sword and shield out. It'll have replaced 3 and 4 sword and shield with torch, something else that I don't want. And it's like panic until you work out where it all is. It also unequips your armor, but the armor's normally dead by that point anyway, so it's not an issue. But yeah, always keep your toolbar filled up. Alright, let's have a look at these Gandalf lines and see what we've got. I want to see what we have. Oh, we've got loads. Awesome. So over on YouTube, we've got a wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. That's a line I've used a lot. A streamer is never late. That's my excuse because I'm always late. What do you mean? Do you mean to wish me a good morning? Or do you wish to mean that it is a good morning, whether I want it or not? Or perhaps you mean to say that you feel good on this particular morning? Isn't that a hobbit that says that? Fool of a tuck. I feel like Pippin gets like a bad rap in the movies. He's played off as a complete fool. But there's a nice little comedy element there. A wizard is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. I do like those. It wouldn't all fit in one line. Gandalf's hat is in the east. It is in the eastern stairs. That's where it is. You use that quote at work. Yeah, I like that one as well. Oh, is that from The Hobbit? What else have we got in there? I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure. Gimli man, many that live deserve death, and some that die deserve life. Can you give it to them? Then do not be too eager to deal out death in judgment. That's a good line. That's a good line. Yeah, that well is in this game, but you can't push an armoured dwarven skeleton down it, unfortunately. I'm going to go with that, Gimli Man 09 on Twitch. Oh, and many that live deserve death. Some that die deserve life. Can you give it to them? Then do not be too eager to deal out death in judgment. I'm going to give you that one. So, if you can drop me a line on Discord, please. Let me just drop a link. Should be a link in chat there. And then send me a PM, friend request and PM, and I'll get you your code. I'm just going to put the name next to you. Then I remember for later. Cheers. I'll probably get it to you when we next stop for another giveaway. I've got 2 more codes for the game to give away, and then for those of you who already have the game, and some of you will have the game by the end of that don't have it now, I've also got some of the Rohan Armor DLC to give away. So there's something for everyone today. Just make a note of who's done, and I better save that in case things break down. Okay, awesome stuff. Let's get back to the game. By the way, folks, if you are new to this game, if you're considering getting it, it's on sale on Steam today, but do ask me anything. I can't promise I will know the answer, but I've finished the game twice. I have my way of playing through it, but there's some very knowledgeable people in chat as well on both YouTube and Twitch, and they are probably far more knowledgeable than me, and will either put me right or will be able to answer your question for you. So do feel free to ask. I'd like to help people where I can, because I love it when I go onto somebody else's stream for a game I'm checking out and I get help from them. It's awesome. Did we get the inventory sorted? We did. So we got the iron ore. Let's go back down that tunnel and see what we get. Hi Billy, how's it going? I'm really surprised actually that when I asked for the best Gandalf line that nobody came out with I have no memory of this place from Moria. I was sure people were going to come out with that one. Because now when I do anything or I go somewhere and I don't remember... Oh, shite. Hang on. Let's try out the new shield, shall we? Right, you are so for it now, Mr. Wolf. Come here. Whoa. See how good that sword is? And you like the glint? I use a charged attack quite often. Let's get this death badger with it. Hold it down till it glints. You hold... Oh, well, missed. Okay. Nice. Block. Nice. The sword's beautiful. Sword's beautiful. More wolves. You can hit 2 things at once, by the way. Right. Well, that was an eventful start to our day, wasn't it? Late afternoon. I just picked up that broken axe. Hang on. Hang on. We're going to go over into the corner and we're going to throw that where I'm never going to see it ever again. There we go. Fixed. Oh, hi, Dev Might. Always love to see Lord of the Rings streamed on Twitch. Yeah, sorry, RTM is Return to Moria. Have I... Please tell me I haven't got it set under the wrong title. It would not be the first time I've done that. Oh, if in doubt, follow your nose. That's actually... That quote comes up, I believe, in here. Or certainly that position does. Let's go and get us some wolves. Whoa, very nice. We are playing on solo difficulty, by the way. If you do play this multiplayer, if you're playing like 2 or 3, I'd recommend playing on normal. You don't want to be too easy. It does ramp up the difficulty. Mobs do become a lot more tankier, more hit points, and I do feel like they do a lot more damage. But if you're playing solo, put it to solo difficulty, especially if you're first time playing through, until you figure out the game. I believe you can ramp up the difficulty mid-game if you wish to, so there is that. Alright, let's see where we're going. On Twitch followed channels, it says The Lord of the Rings under MarkGFL. Oh, okay. Thanks, yeah. It's because it's a long title. It probably doesn't display the whole title. The Lord of the Rings, Return to Moria. A shield bash is nice in this, isn't it? Okay, let me get the pickaxe on and let's go harvesting. I probably forgot to bring wood and stone with me, but it's alright. We'll be able to get some as we go. I will take a bit because it... Oh no, I've got stone on the toolbar. That's fine then. The temptation for new players, and I did this in my first playthrough, is to try and collect every little thing you see. Don't. You can always come back if you get short of material. I'd say the one exception to this is maybe salt. In my game, in both of my games, salt... Well, certainly the first one, salt was in really short supply. And I would also say, and bear this in mind, you guys, you can use salt for making lots of tasty foods with... Oh, there's a hammer there. Sorry, there's a statue there. I'll go and fix that while we see it. Don't use it for cooking with. It's used for making some high-grade steel, special steel later on. As it... Or what's it called? Durin ore ingots or something like that. I forget what they are. It's much later in the game. And it's also used for making, I think, leather and fine leather, which you will... You can get them from other places, but you might want them from making various items. And I found salt to be in short supply, so it is a bit random what you get, so you guys might not find that, but just be aware of that. Duringol, thank you, Lord Myth.
Ancient cheeks cut from quartz, shadows cast from iron ore, with a glimmering undertone. Flesh can be plundered, rock holds its own, rots from the finest, sprung from the stone. Opal the iris, silver the bone.
I love that song.
For a mining heart.
There is some, I believe there's some above there, but we can't get at it. It looks like there's some above there. Oh, maybe there isn't. Maybe I'm just imagining that. Ah, yeah, Jeff, you can. That's a good point. You can make farm worlds. So if you find yourself deep later in the game and you've run out of materials... Hang on, let's just sort this guy out. You can actually start a new game without losing your old one. It's fine. Just make sure you name it something different. And then you can actually go in there, or you can join a friend's game and pinch all their materials. That works. But yeah, you can come out of another world that you've created with the materials that you need and bring them back into yours. So if you ever get stuck, you can't find something, or you've used everything up and you think, that's it, I need X material to finish the game, I've broken it, I have to start again. Don't worry, there's a way around it. Wood scraps, we'll take those. We're going to go through that later. Where does that one go through, actually? Well, maybe we're going to go through now. Well, first off, looking at the top of the screen, let's just make sure we've got everything from this area. We could... Sometimes, you see these like big columns of stone behind these walls? If you dig down to the bottom, there is sometimes a chest at the bottom of those. I don't particularly want to go digging out all that stone, so I'm not going to bother with it. But if you have the time and want to do it, especially later in the game, it might be worthwhile. In this case, we would have found coal. Now, that is worth having, so we're going to go up there and get that. Wish they had a mount, like a mountain goat, to travel. It'd be nice if you could... Well, I suppose the thing is we got trapped in here because of the story. But yeah, I know what you mean. So we couldn't have brought a pony in. Because ponies would fit. Where did dwarves riding on goats come from? I know in The Hobbit, Billy Connolly's character, is it Dian or Dane? However you choose to pronounce it. He's seen riding a pig, isn't he? Again, trying to portray dwarves as clowns, which really annoys me. Pretty sure that's not part of the lore. If that is part of dwarven lore, that they rode pigs into battle, then, or goats, then do tell me off, because I'm here to be taught about such things. But, yes, I don't know. But ponies would fit in. Ponies fit very well in with the lore. I don't think Tolkien wrote them in the dwarves rode battle pigs around. Goat mount would be nice. But some sort of mount would be nice. That would be awesome. Just some means of going around, or at least using it as a pack animal to carry all your stuff back. But I can see how it wouldn't quite fit in with the story. Unless there was something down here you could tame. Because there are wild animals in certain areas. And it's not out of the realms of imagination that there could have been like a herd of ponies that somehow, or something, donkeys, mules, anything. Well, not mules, because they're sterile and can't breathe. That wouldn't work, would it? That could have survived the dragon attacks and hid out inside the elven section or something. Who knows? Boars are mean, and you love the idea of riding a boar. Boars are mean. I'm not quite sure they would tolerate being ridden. The rams were perfect. Again, how deeper realms of fantasy are we going into where we're riding sheep and pigs and goats? Has this ever happened anywhere? Do give me an example. I would love to know. Would have been nice to have hatched some of the drake eggs. Yeah, that would have been an interesting thing. Because there's not much to do with the drake eggs later in the game. I think they're just a spawn point for drakes, aren't they? But if they could have been used in cooking... Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it? A dragon egg omelette. I think it would be a bit fiery. There are bears in Moria. Okay. Alright, a bear's big and strong. I could see if you could have got a bear cub and tamed it, you could have made a bear mount. Now that would have been cool. We're full, aren't we? Okay, at this point, if we press S to sort our inventories, if there's anything that looks like utter garbage, you can just chuck it away. That didn't sort... Oh, it doesn't sort on your toolbar. There we go. I'm going to get the extra coal that's now lining the floor of this. We won't mine every little bit out. We'll just make sure we've got enough. If you're playing through this, though, I do recommend things like coal, iron ore, get the lot. Early on, you'll appreciate it. Later on, you'll... Do you know what? I think we've probably got enough. Later on, you'll probably find certain materials that you have more of than you ever need and can leave it. But to start with, it's good to get a good bit. And then you always carry coal around to make an instant hearth and camp, which is handy. You can hatch drake eggs in Ark. Are we going to turn this into an Ark versus Moria stream? Am I full again? I'm full. Okay. We're going to head back. There's still stuff to explore down here, so we will come back. See how dark it gets at night? We shall return. What is this light? Oh, there's onions and stuff which we can't get. Never mind. It's not far back to base. This is a nice early start to the game. If you eat a dragon egg omelette, you better get some darn good perks and not be hungry for a long time. That could be like the ultimate food, couldn't it? What you should do is if you eat a dragon egg omelette in front of the dragon that you fight towards the end of the game, it enrages it and you gain some sort of buff, or it exposes a weakness or something like that. No, that would be nice. You just sit there slowly eyeballing it as you carve up your dragon egg omelette. Maybe dip a little drake wing in the runny bits and just eat it in front of it. Like a true psychopath. Okay, let's turn off our torch. We have arrived back at base. Oh, repair. Let's repair. First thing we do. That's nice. Nice and quick. Lovely game mechanics. I love it when developers put something in a game that is just for the player's convenience. It's so easy just to go up to that and just click, click, click. Everything's repaired. Same as how you've got communal storage and like crafting drawers from anywhere in the base storage. That sort of stuff is just player convenience. It makes life easy. Let's have a look. I didn't mean to put that in there. All that. Let's go and visit our little holes. Deposit all the coal. All the stone, but take a bit back for statues. The bit of iron. Where do we get that from? few wood scraps for platforms. And I think we're good, are we? Nope, I've not stored anything. This is the only thing I wish I could do differently, is gain access to more inventory storage earlier in the game. Because I feel like it does slow things down a bit. Running around with all this stuff. You'll notice it more in single player than you will in multiplayer anyway. Let's put some breakfast on. Should we go for the roast meat? No, we'll go for the mushroom stew. Oh, I haven't been out and got the cranberries. Right, we'll do that in the morning. That's a morning job. Let's sleep. Get rested up. Yeah, I am born in a barn. I've left the door open again. Oh, there's Bayon, the bearman, in the tent. Actually, would he be around at this time? I don't know what his lifespan is. But that would be kind of funny if you tried to ride a bear and it turned out to be him. I know, I always leave the door open. I tell people not to. Little tip for you as well, when you're playing in multiplayer, if you are the first one back to base and your friend is running right behind you to come in, it's the law this, you have to run through and press E as you go through and slam the door in their face. You have to do it. No debates, has to be done. They will love you for it, I promise. Okay, do I want to craft anything else? I don't think I've got the recipe. I want the workbench, you see, so I can make a bigger backpack. We don't have it yet. We need to go exploring, so we'll go do that. I'm just going to go and just hand over this Steam key for Gimli before I forget. Let's see, do we have a message? We have a message. Awesome. Let's see, friend requests. Can't see it, it's gone. It should be there. Ah, here we go. Pending. Pending. Oh, I see you, Captain Gimli. That's you, right? Accept. Where's that gone? Thank you very much. Okay. Yep, we've got the right person. Here we go. Key coming over. Go and activate that on Steam. Do let me know, folks, if there's any issues with the keys or activating them at all. If you want to activate them, can I open up my Steam client? No, maybe not. I might show something that I shouldn't by doing this. But you open up your Steam client, you go to Games at the top, and it's Activate the Product on Steam. Just copy and paste the code in there. It should be absolutely fine. But do let me know if there's any issues. We'll get them sorted out. And if they are, let me know afterwards. Certainly, I can email the devs and get that fixed for you. So we should be good. Excellent. 2 down. Be thinking of a good joke, a Lord of the Rings joke, but don't type it in yet, because that's what the next giveaway will be. And we'll do that when I return to base with the next load of loot. Meanwhile, I'm going to shut the door. You see, I'm learning. And off we go. It's morning. We're well rested. We've got all the stuff. Unfortunately, sleeping and stuff does mean that the mobs regenerate, so you have to fight your way through the wolves and stuff on the way. That's not always a bad thing, because it does mean... Oh, it's just cloth scraps. It does mean if you need more materials, you can get them. Now, meat and stuff is not so much an issue, but later on, hide and things are, so... Slice and dice. Yeah, I'm going to go right to the end of this and explore it before we come back. Is there something in here I wanted to check on? We've been through there. Oop. Keep an eye out for statues as well, because they can be hidden in dark places. Oh, what's that? I like the carving and decorations on some of these stone pillars. That looks like it's laid out in brass or bronze or gold or something. Looks nice. Looks very impressive. Give me a torch. Anything down here? Oh, no. Now, I look at this way, there's a door going off down there. It looks very inviting with sunlight. Have a feeling there's something in the corner I may have missed. Later on, in some of the levels, they get a bit more maze-like. Make sure that you get every statue as you go past it, or mark it on the map so you can come back to it. It does get a little bit tricky to find. I will grab the fallen coal, but I won't bother mining anymore. Just here. Oh, is it stone? Just stone, okay. Do you mean jokes in the movies, books, or jokes made from the content? Any, at all. Any Lord of the Rings related joke. I don't think there are many in the actual books and films. There's things that make us laugh, certainly. But I don't remember any characters actually telling a joke. What is this? Is this? I don't think this is any... I think this is a nice bit of... It looks like the dwarves have made a last stand, or someone's made a last stand here. You can break all this down, by the way, if you like, and get arrows. If you break that, you'll get some arrows, but we have a few. At the moment, we can't make a bow. And by the time we can make a bow, we'll probably have better arrows, so I'm not going to worry too much about doing that. This looks like the sort of place that we might find a statue if we look hard enough. I'm looking up there. If that's just like plain stone, if you see different colours in the stone, then it's something to dig out some ore to get. Okay, let's have a look in here. This game is so nice, isn't it, when you stand in the sunlight? Tell chat about the noise meter behind my camera overlay. The noise meter behind my camera overlay? There's nothing behind the... Oh, well, there's nothing behind the camera overlay. If I just switch to this briefly, just hide something else. Oh, there's nothing showing there. There is. I know what you mean now. Yeah, it's nothing showing at the moment. If that comes up, I will come back and show you guys. Yes. But as you're making noise, let's get the pickaxe out and start hitting something, does it? The pick. I think, does that appear later in the game? I think it might appear later in the game. That's when you can attract... There was a statue down here. That's when you can attract hordes. You make so much noise, it builds up. Singing also adds to the noise, which means you attract a horde, which will come and attack you instantly. But you're just going to be aware of that. It's just something that I don't think you can really avoid. You can go through the game trying to be quieter and not singing and stuff, but just deal with the horde. There's more iron up there, which we're going to need. This is a dead end. Oh, wait. There's some more iron up there. Right. Iron being valuable, we're going to make sure we get that. Don't know what that was. Yeah, so there's a little noise meter. It would appear in the bottom right where my camera is. It's not there. Maybe because we're early on in the game. But it does pulsate when you're making noise. It warns you as well. And it does build up. So you can tell when you're close to summoning a horde. You can rotate these as well if I just pull this platform out like that. And then if you think you're close to summoning a horde, at least you can go and make some noise somewhere where you think you can deal with the horde better. Because I have summoned a horde whilst trying to attack a troll. And that was really bad timing that I regretted massively. I can make the gloves, yep. The horde warning comes from when you get to the elven area. I don't think we're going to be far away from that.
Make me the perfect miner, cleave her straight from the core. Callous fist, crystal born, harder than the anvil's horn. With a frame that cracks the mold, facets of emerald, ruby, and gold. Rots from the finest, sprung from the stone. Opal the iris, silver the bone.
There we go.
Now dig.
I'm not going to try and compete with my voice versus his song. I will lose that fight. How long have I been playing? Today for about 2 hours, but I've finished the game twice before. Played it through solo, on solo difficulty for the first time. Finished it on that. And then played it through co-op with one other person on medium difficulty, I think. It's harder when you start off, but by the time you get geared up, it definitely gets easier. And I feel like I could go the next difficulty up. So, played it through twice. And a little bit, they're both on campaign. And a little bit on the sandbox as well. But it's the campaign that I've played the most of. Catch you later, Sarah Nixon. Nice to have you in chat today. Thanks for hanging out. Glad you stumbled across the channel. Me too. Thank you, guys. Yeah, if you're watching on Twitch or if you're watching on YouTube, do follow on Twitch or hit the subscribe button on YouTube. I play mostly adventure games. I'm a variety streamer, but I have a second channel actually, which I'll drop a link to, where we play strategy games, war games, historical stuff, majority of. And over on that's MarkGFL Gaming, and on MarkGFL on both Twitch and YouTube, we have live streams of adventure stuff and RPGs, because those are one of my favourite genres. This definitely comes under that genre. It's a survival game, which some survival games I don't like. If they're too intense and realistic, you have to spend all your time eating and drinking. I soon get fed up with that. But this one's awesome. I do think of it as like an adventure game and also almost RPG-like, although there's no stats in it. But it feels like that, and the adventure going through Moria is just so good. So that's what we play. What was a game I played starting on the ship with the terrible voice acting? It was an ISO adventure. Starting on the ship. On the ship. The only one I can think of starting on the ship, Baldur's Gate 3 you start on an airship, but that's got amazing voice acting, so I'm guessing it's not that. What would that be? The only one that's coming to mind from starting on a ship is Morrowind, where you start on the ship as a slave brought to new land. I haven't actually streamed that. I'd love to play through that again. I like the Elder Scrolls stuff. Oh, hello!
I saw
bats!
Monsters in the air!
Monsters! Bats are super important. Oh, right, get the bat droppings. That's why bats are super important. Here's another little tip. I don't think we've got a horde coming, but if you have a horde come and they can't get at you because you're too high up like this, and they can't jump up platforms like we can, they will send bats after you. And bats are super important because with bat droppings you can build farm boxes and grow your own food. And if you always stay at ground level, you'll meet some bats in the game, but not many. If you have a horde coming and you have the opportunity, get up height like this, because they'll send bats. You can farm the bats, you can farm the bat droppings. Just watch out for things like that. We don't need to take an arrow to the knee today. I played with the 3 others, so that the 4 of us played on stream, starting on the ship. I don't remember starting on the ship, but I think you're talking about Solasta, Crown of the Magister, based on D&D rules. Goblins and orcs can drop from ceilings and clamber up walls. I haven't seen them do so much of that. I've seen them get stumped by simple platforms and things. Having said all this, I feel like we better drop down and... Death from above. I think the bats... Oh, I should have waited. There's another bat. Okay. Bats are really hard to kill. As in, hard to hit, I find. But I've got lucky here. Lucky in the sense there are so many of them. We're taking a few hits here, actually. Oh, I knocked one down. Get him, get him, get him. He's dead. Nice. Okay. We picked up 11 bat droppings. That is enough for nearly 2 farm plots. So when we actually find a base where we want to make a bit more permanent one, I wouldn't recommend doing this at the starting base. We can actually develop that a bit more. So I'm not sure where that guy came out of, and I haven't seen a case before where a wandering patrol like that will summon bats when it can't reach you. But that's worked to our advantage. Oh, very nice. Okay, I'll take that. Yes, Solasta, Crown of the Majesty. That's a D&D game, 3D isometric thing. We played it 4-player co-op. If you like D&D, it is like... It's very cheesy D&D. It's like sitting round with 3 of your mates, and one of them puts on a really bad accent playing as the GM. He puts on a bad accent for the goblins and a bad accent for the other characters. And the accents in that game were so bad that's exactly what it felt like. And whether they were going for that look or feel, I don't know. But it was fun. And that's got a sequel coming out soon. So adventure games we like. And I think the 4 of us may be getting back together to stream that one as well. But anyway, that's a topic for another day. I just thought I'd mention that. Celeste, one was a lizard, the voice... Yeah, it was comedy. Comedy gold. I'm not sure it was meant to be comedy, but... Yeah, there's a lot of games struggle with voice acting. There are... I don't know whether it's because... I mean, voice acting by paying professionals, true, good, quality professionals, it's expensive. Because voice acting is a true art. It's harder than narration. It's easier to narrate well than it is to voice act well. That is something that if you get good ones, it's going to cost. There's a bit of a worry with AI these days, actually, because companies are able to train AI to voice act in the style of professionals and copy them, mimic them. Obviously, doing people out of a job, which is bad news if you're in that business. Am I still picking this up? Oh, nearly. We're nearly full. But yeah, we appreciate voice acting. In this game, it is good. The raven sounds funny. I never imagined a raven to sound like that, but I guess it kind of makes sense. It always reminded me of Andy Serkis's Gollum a little bit. It had that sound to it. But then, having never spoken to a raven, I honestly don't know how they talk, so it may be entirely accurate. Alright, we're about to run out of inventory space, which is a good time to go back. If you're hanging around, maybe wanting to pick up one of the Rohan Armor DLC, I will release those. We'll do the giveaway. There's only 2. We'll do the giveaway after 6 o'clock for those. And I'll finish the giveaway on the copies of Moria by then. And then, so if you might end up picking up 2 in one stream, but we'll try and share them out. Oh, I should have... Oh, well, that's a good time to go back. Okay. There's more iron ore we could get. This should... Can I... Let's see. Am I bold enough to do that? Yeah, it's fine. Brilliant. So if you have a look at the map, I've explored this corner, which is nice. It's these little extra bits here. You see that one? There's a thin one there, and these 2. That means they lead off into new areas. So when you're lost, exploring, don't know where to go, look out for those. Hi Phil, welcome back. Your like has been smashed. Phil McCracken needs more men. Oh, we're now our playthrough of Grand Tactician. Yeah. How come I didn't pick Colonel Mosby? I went... When I started that game, we just went with the commanders that were there at the start. And I thought I'd play historically on it, because a bit of roleplay a bit, and wouldn't replace the commanders just because we saw ones with better stats. I thought we'll almost roleplay it, and we'll wait until they've made a mistake and an excuse to get them out of there. That's why. That's all. So a lot of the commanders in that game are put in place at the start of it. Okay, up there we go. Hi Leonardo, welcome back. Oh, welcome to the stream, I should say. So we're going to get back. Right, guys. Start thinking of your best Lord of the Rings related joke. The best one in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. Well, actually, you can put them in chat now, but I'll pick the best one in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. And you'll win a copy of Lord of the Rings Return to Moria on Steam. Am I playing multiplayer? No, just single player in this run. If you're watching on the Steam store page, want to be in with a chance, you can find me on... Sorry, folks. Hang on. That's the wrong button. That one, on that scene. You can find me over at MarkGFL on YouTube and Twitch over there. So come along. Drop us your best joke. You can copy and paste one from the internet. I don't care. Best one gets picked. Thou shalt not pass unless you have cookies. Cookies are always the key to my heart. What flavour, though? Now there's a debate. Can we cook biscuits in the game? Lembas is biscuity, but it's kind of a bread. There are cookies in the game. Yeah, it's a recipe in this. You can actually cook them. You have to get the grist mill so you can make... Is it oatmeal? Can't remember. It's a bit further on in the game. You can keep your filthy chips. Give it to me raw and wriggling. What did Treebeard say after drinking too much Ent Draft? I'm feeling a little drunk. That's worthy, I think, of one of those. That's terrible. But the best ones always are. We got a load of iron ore. Excellent. Drop all the stone off. Take a little bit back. Take a little bit of that back, actually. Did we get coal? Ah, okay. Let's craft. Let's get some iron ingots on. And then we're about to get our first bit of armor, which is cool. The Iron Hills gloves. Let's craft those. And that's pretty instant. So what armor does, if you look at the bottom left of the screen now. Actually, I'll just explain that for you guys. So you've got the red bar, which is currently half. That's my hit points. That's at half. The orange, well, the yellowy bar underneath it, that's food level. And then you've got what looks like some sort of speedometer. So the two curved bars going over the top, you've got, that's the light meter. So we're in the light side at the moment, which is good. And if you go into the dark side, you go into despair because you're standing in darkness. Usually, you can fix such things just by pulling out a torch. Not bat droppings. Oh, they've gone into my torch slot. Okay, we better go put those away. But if you see the purpley looking bar that goes horizontal underneath the arch, that's your despair meter. When you're sat in darkness, that goes down. And when it goes all the way down, you go into despair and you start taking damage. And the only fix for that is getting back into the light. If you're running around later in the game and you don't have a torch, you don't have the materials for one, and you find yourself in a dark place, if you don't have something that will be a light for you in dark places, from the Elven Queen, then you better get your ass back to a light source and build a torch pretty quick. You see that hobbits call the Nazgul the Black Riders? You think that's a bit racist? That's awesome. I like that one. After you're done, you need to try the whiskey and lemons. Oh, for that other game. Yeah. Oatmeal raisin or soft peanut butter cookies. Oatmeal and raisin are my favourite, without a shadow of a doubt. Well, actually, there's a new contender on the block that my family have started making. Don't know where they got the recipe from. It's... Let's put the bat droppings in there. We'll pick all this stuff up later. Let's repair things. It's stem ginger. Now, in Britain, we have a thing called ginger biscuits. You might know them as ginger snaps. They're like a small, hard, crunchy, ginger-flavoured biscuit. Or cookie for you guys over the pond. But with stem ginger, you get this lovely, chewy, warm ginger bit that's in the middle. And if you bake them so they're soft, like proper how cookies should be, absolutely gorgeous. But generally, oatmeal and raisin have been my favourite before then. I love oatmeal and raisin cookies. The Subway ones are pretty good because they're really soft and chewy. I'm getting hungry talking about food now. Why did Sauron buy Hot Topic? He wanted to be more goth. We've got some good jokes. We've got some good ones coming in. I am tempted. You know what? I'm going to give 2 copies of the game away now. I've got 2 good jokes that I like there. Let's see. If anyone still wants to come in and drop a joke in chat, you've got a minute to do so whilst I consider what I'm doing here. We're going to put the armour on. Let's get some mushroom stew on the go. One of these days, I'm going to remember to get the breakfast. Right, we're going to go out and get the other food. Don't let me forget. That's what we're going to do as soon as we get out of this nighttime thing. Anyway, I was talking about the bars in the lower corner of the screen for new players. So we go to our armour, we double-click. We don't double-click, we drag it over. We right-click, sorry. Played too many different games recently. We right-click, it goes onto the slot. You'll now notice that above my health bar, over there, let's switch back to that for a moment. You can see it better. A little blue bar has started to fill up. That's our armour level. It basically takes hit point damage for us. That's how it works. It doesn't reduce a percentage of damage, it just tanks hit points. And when that goes down, we start taking regular hit point damage. From most attacks, there are some other things, poison and gas clouds and stuff that go straight through your armour, obviously. But yeah, and the more armour you have, the more blue bar you have, and you can have multiple blue bars. It it does stack up, and you get really good armor later in the game. And it's repaired. When it wears out, you just come back and repair it. So that's cool. Posted some pics on the Discord in my general. Well, I might have to have a look at those afterwards. Why did the Hobbit set his iPhone to vibrate? He was afraid the ring would give him away. Okay, right. I am going to give 2 copies of the game away. Let me just... Did we get the breakfast on? We did. We're going to sleep. Turg Durin, by Durin's beard. See, I love the language. There's a whole language behind this. Right, I'm going to go and eat before we do this. Because if I don't, I'm going to find that by the time I've copied codes across and stuff, I'm probably going to starve to death. Let's just put that on for a second. All right, so my 2 favourite jokes. Let's get this on. Does food spoil if it's on the table too long? Yes, it does. So eat it. If you set it off cooking at night, then go to bed, because some of the later recipes take like quite a while to actually cook, then it does spoil. It's good for, I don't know, I'm going to say half a day. I might be wrong. I tend to just cook it, sleep, eat it straight away. Leave it too long, it does go off. Tell chat about eating the right food at the right time. Yeah, Baz, that's a really good thing. Now, the downside of doing it this way, how I like to play, is that you tend to mostly eat breakfasts. And we'll see later, by eating the right food at the right time of day, it gives you additional buffs. We'll have a look at those. I'm going to go and get a breakfast recipe so I can show you better in a minute. And that's a really cool thing. Thing is, because I find it easier not to play at night, because that's darkest and when bad things happen, tend to sleep through that, so I need to eat at breakfast. But there are lunches and dinner meals, evening meals, which are really good for buffs. So if you need to eat, you don't want to go to sleep. You don't have to, because later food really heals you and gets your tiredness level back up. You can go without sleeping quite a lot. Then eat the right thing at the right time of day, and you'll be good. Okay, right. Can't hear you? Oh, I would say, right, ad break. Is that a forced Twitch thing? It is. If you can hear me now, ads in progress. Yeah. I guess you can't hear me, so I'll come back to that. But for those who can, and this might happen on YouTube occasionally as well, but the YouTube ads, I think, are less intrusive and you can skip them. Twitch do have a forced ad thing in now, pretty much. And I have the choice of either pre-roll ads, which put a lot of people off joining the channel. And you know how it is. You join a channel to watch it. If you have to watch 30 seconds of ads and then you find the streamer's AFK or not playing the game that they've listed, you think, oh, I'm just wasting my time. So a lot of people bounce off if there's a pre-roll ad and go somewhere else. Do it myself sometimes. So I can disable those, but then I have to run mid-roll ads. So we have those in the middle of the stream. It's just a Twitch thing now. It's the way things are going. Unfortunately, you can disable them. On Twitch, you can subscribe, which would be awesome. But a better value thing, if you watch a lot of Twitch channels, is to take out Twitch Turbo. It's like a premium monthly subscription. I can't remember what it is. But the streamers you watch still get benefit from that. They earn money as if you were watching ads, but you don't get any ads across Twitch at all. And YouTube has YouTube Premium, which isn't such a good deal unless you like YouTube's music service, because they bundle that in with it and it's a bit more expensive. But it's watching YouTube without ads is a whole new experience. So YouTube Premium is good. Just a bit expensive, I think, and I wish they'd unpackage the music from it and make it cheaper for everyone. But anyway, that's just me ranting. So the ad's gone on Twitch. Cool. Okay. So my 2 favourite jokes. I'm going to go for these 2. What did Treebeard say after drinking too much Ent Draft? I'm feeling a little drunk. So Roros, send me a DM on Discord, please, and I'll get you your code over. And Billy Winsock, I see that the Hobbits call the Nazgul the Black Riders. I think that's a bit racist. I love that. Absolutely love that. So I will assign you some keys. And I'll wait for your DMs, guys. If you've already got the game, you're welcome to give it away to a friend or use it for yourself. It's absolutely fine. Yes, cool thing with this, get a friend to play with you. And multiplayer on this co-op is awesome. Really, really good. Hi, Fire88. How's it going? You like those? You guys like those? Yeah. Bloody ads. I should have watched for that. It's okay. I had those picked before the ads come up. I just didn't announce them till afterwards. So well done to Roros and Billy. They're cool. Cool. Okay, so the next giveaway is going to be for two, well, not all in one, but I've got 2 copies of the Rohan Armor DLC, and we'll give those away. We'll give those away after 6 o'clock, so we'll do a bit more adventuring through the game. Okay, I will get your keys across, guys, next time we take a little break and come back to camp. Let's get back onto this one. So what have we got? I need to go exploring some more, get some more statues discovered. I saw that blue bar and thought, crap, where's all my damage gone? But then I realised I only have that much armour. It's okay, we only have the 1 piece. Oh, don't want to go wandering off with that. Later on in the game, you'll be able to cook different foods. You'll be able to build a little kitchen, and you'll be able to cook rations to take down into the dungeon with you, which are great for healing. You'll need them for some of the fights. Well, not just healing, they also restore energy and stuff. So that'll be great. Did I get a new... We got the farm patch. The farm patch don't bother with. The farm box. Okay, so it's great we've got bat droppings. We can't build that until we get Iraz granite, and that'll come much later in the game. But keep the bat droppings. Don't think it's just a pile of shit and throw it away. It's actually extremely useful, and the more of it you can get, the better. Let's see, there's nothing else. We don't have enough hero tokens for the flame or coins for the treasure cache. Treasure caches are great. You get 100 or 99 coins, you build the first one. It's a big pile of gold that sits on the floor of your base, and you basically, you know, sit down and admire it just before you go out adventuring. It gives you a buff for a while, and you can build massive piles. You can fill them full of rubies and gems and stuff. Makes the buff even better. That's a really cool feature of the game. There's no other use for coins, by the way. It's just used for making piles of treasure. And that's only for a buff, so, you know, later on you'll have so many coins you won't know what to do with them. Yeah, nothing else we can build right now, so let's just go exploring. It is late morning, and I'm not going to forget this time. We're going to go and get some other food down here, which should unlock a recipe. Let's see if I've remembered this right, and I may not have done. I think there's cranberries down here. Is there? No? Was I wrong about this? I thought there was cranberries down here. Okay. Maybe they're somewhere else. They're a thing in the game. Oh, I think I know where they are. So there aren't any down here. That's a shame. Because the cranberries give you a breakfast meal. Roasted cranberries. I've never heard of that, by the way. Have you guys ever tried roasting cranberries? I've never had them. In the UK, we tend to have like cranberry sauce, cranberry jelly. You guys with turkey at Christmas. And cranberry juice is a thing. It's like a reasonably popular drink. But roasted cranberries, I have not tried. Fall from a great height and splat, 100,000 damage. People may think you're exaggerating, but that is a thing. If you see a goblin fall into deep water, that's how much damage they take. It's to make sure that they instantly die. Oh, here's a tip. We probably won't see one in today's stream. I don't think we'll get far enough to see one. You see this patch of sunlight? When you meet trolls in the game later on, if you can lure them into a patch of sunlight, so this is why fighting at night is a bad thing. Lure them into the sunlight, they instantly turn to stone in a really cool animation. You can take your pickaxe and mine them for precious gems. I think that's a wonderful touch, because trolls are quite tough, especially on higher difficulties. Is loot personal, or is shared if you play with multiple people? The loot that you carry in your backpack is your own. If you die, other people, I think, can pick it up, so just be aware of that. But if you're playing with friends, that's obviously not an issue. It does cause some arguments when both of you die, you run back and you accidentally pick the other person's stuff up, but it is easily sorted out, and corpses are, or your remains are named, so you can see. Anything in the base is shared. I would play with people you trust. I'm not sure how it works, because you can play with strangers who just come in. You can give the invite code out. I could play with any of you guys if I shared the invite code. I don't know if it works if they come in, take something important, and then leave with it, because you can take things from one world into another. I'm guessing it disappears from the world it's in. So be aware about playing with randoms in case they come in and steal all your black diamonds that you'd been carefully hoarding. I'm assuming that's a risk, but I haven't tried it. Haven't risked it, so just be careful. You can lure bears to do your bidding too. Yes, that's a really good idea. If you can...
We got orcs.
You can drag mobs towards bears. And bears are quite tough. And they will kill. Bears are fairly peaceful things. If you go too close, you'll probably aggro them. But you can get reasonably close, and bears just do their own thing. Just leave them to it. But one thing I really like about all games that do this is that the different enemies will fight each other if they aggro each other. And I think that's awesome. I love seeing different factions in game doing their own thing, or wildlife attacking NPCs and stuff like that, because it makes the game feel alive. And you can draw bears into these fights and get involved. And I think that's wonderful. This guy's going to get a big knife right up his backside. Okay, let's see where we're going. You love that too? Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it? You're on medication, so you can't have cranberries. The cranberries, are they like a blood thinner? Because they react with that? Or, you know, increase that? Sorry, not a blood thinner. I got told off by a chemist I was talking to, a retired chemist. Because he's telling me about some medication he was on. And I said, oh, they're blood thinners. He says, no, it's not blood thinners. It really annoys me when people call them that. They're anticoagulants, which is technically the correct thing, but it's everyone refers to them as blood thinners. But is that a thing with cranberries? Because if it is, I didn't know. By the way, if you tried eating raw or fresh cranberries, they're really sour, bitter things. Here we go. Here's a juicy place. Oh, look at that coal. That is awesome. I think we can see in here. So if I were to drop down, there's a farm block. So we could plant some of those thyme seeds and stuff we had in there. They will grow in the sunlight. Can we do anything with that statue? I don't think we can do anything with that one, but I'll go and have a look and we can see cranberries. So this is kind of a nice area. What I'm going to do, don't trust my ability to navigate that, so we're going to just build in a bit of a fail-safe. There we go. And let's go take out this guy. Oh, these guys. Okay. Ow. Trying to do two at once here. Efficiency. I like the big swing. Oh, missed. So you can see the patterns of the enemies that attack. Wolves. Every enemy has its own sort of attack pattern. Later on, the harder orcs don't have such obvious announcements of what attack they're going to do. So be aware of that. But it's kind of nice like this because it does sort of give beginners, players new to the game, chance to ease their way into it without feeling like they're getting absolutely hammered by the mobs right at the start. What's the blue bar next to the stamina bar? That is... You mean the one just above the red one over on the opposite corner? The blue bar is armor. I'll show you how it works, actually. There's an easy way to show this. If I unequip that, it disappears. So this is the only piece of armor I've got at the moment. And basically it counts as extra hit points. So your armor will take damage from attacks before your health does. And you can repair it as well. And the more and better armor you have, the more that blue bar fills up. And then it doubles up and triples up. Where you get awesome stuff later on. Mithril armor. Oh, that's good. I'm going to build myself a little platform here so that we can jump straight across there. Oh, I've got that out. I think that was supposed to be... If we find things like this, do these have... No, sometimes they have seeds in. Ah, we need that thing. And up here we've found a farm patch with nothing to plant. But we can plant it. See the little light symbol over it? That tells you how much light it receives. Let me just... Oh, I didn't mean to break that. Fool. I was going to just show you how it worked, planting stuff. Never mind. Yeah, so there's various things that grow in the light and things that grow in the dark. Mushrooms grow in the dark. as they do in real life. But most of your plants that you'll want to grow, because mushrooms you can find anywhere, most of the stuff you'll want to plant grows in the light. And there's coal up here as well. Let's get a torch on so we can see where we're going in here. Have a look around the back of things. You never know when something might be hiding down there to pick up. Basically everything in the game, more or less, can be mined, broken down, gathered for resources. A little tip as well. If you find yourself running out of... You've completely run out of stone, you can't find anything, you're in a part of the game where you need some to build a campfire, something like that. I think you need stone for building that. Anyway, if there's nothing around, nothing to dig or break, you go to a wall, right? It looks like you can't dig through this, you can't break it. But if you carry on digging it for long enough, it'll add stone to the inventory. It just got one there. It's hidden by the camera, sorry. But that's a little tip that I didn't find out until really late in the game. And there were some parts when I was trying to rebuild statues and stuff. I didn't have stone with me. I ran around for ages trying to find some, and then couldn't find the statue again. So if I'd known that then, that would have been a great time saver. Ah, now these should have something in. Mint seed. It's for a recipe for something later. As you see, nothing is sacred in this game. You can beat it all to hell. A blue bar in the middle. Oh, sorry. A blue bar when you're in the middle when I'm running or fighting and dodging. Okay, yes, sorry. So, the yellow bar you see going down, that's your stamina. It's reduced by rolls. It increases when you stand still. The blue bar next to it is basically your energy level or tiredness. And that does limit your stamina. Now, that will recover from sleeping or from eating fancier foods later on. But the lower that blue bar goes, the lower your maximum potential stamina can be. So when you do get tired, you'll find that you can't fight as well because you very quickly run out of stamina from dodging and things. Yeah, sorry, Fire. I thought you meant the armor one, but yeah, that's that one. You can't have grapefruit. It messes up with the coating on slow-release tablets. There's a lot of... I mean, I just can't have grapefruit because it's bloody awful. Remember the first time I had a grapefruit, I thought, hey, that orange looks a bit pale, but I like oranges, so I took a bit into it and had a very unpleasant surprise. Warfarin's a blood thinner, and cranberries alter the readings. Oh, so they alter the readings from the blood tests. Ah, okay. So it's not that they necessarily thin the blood even further. It's just that they mess up the readings, so you don't know where you are with them. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Ah, statue to rebuild down there. Let's turn that off. Right, one of my favourite things in the game, cranberries. We got a recipe for stuffed mushrooms? Is that new? I don't remember that one. But roasted cranberries is a breakfast meal, so we're going to build some of that when we go back. Just a sec, folks. Oh, one Iron Hills armor. Nice. My stamina increased. Oh, yes, because I've got the hero spirit buff from building that statue. I think you get that from doing other things in the game as well. But you'll notice that such buffs instantly give me extra stamina. There's also beer you can brew later on, which has the same effect. I think it's the Hop Goblet Lager, if I remember right. Don't think we can do anything with this statue, but there are some big ones later that are very important to repair. Always go and examine statues like this. Some of them might be repairable. It'll tell you what materials they need. Right, this is a farm patch. We're going to grow something here. I'm going to grow, if I use the middle mouse, I don't want to plant cranberries here because I want to take those back. We're going to go mint seed. Now, seeds themselves you can't use for anything other than planting. So if you have seeds for a crop, plant them before the actual crop. For example, I can plant cranberries in here, and if I leave it long enough, one cranberry will produce 4 others. And this one seed will produce 4 others. Over 4 days, produces 1 per day. You can harvest them early, but try not to. Cranberry seeds don't exist in the game, but if they did, it'd be better to use cranberry seeds to grow more cranberries than cranberries themselves, because that's kind of wasting one of the crop, if you like. But you'll see that with fennel and other things that we use for more advanced recipes later on. And those sort of foods you'll often use for making or baking rations to carry down into the depths with you, so you can eat when you're away from home, if you like.
The king beneath the mountains.
Is the game crossplay between Steam and Epic? That's a good question. You I'll wait till after the song's finished.
His crown shall be upholden, his harp shall be restrung, his halls shall echo golden, songs of yore sung.
I love that song.
I feel like I've got an Eastern European dwarf here. Zangief. I should have called him Zangief if I tested the accent out in the character creator. Is the game crossplay? Does anyone know if the game's crossplay between Steam and Epic? I honestly don't. I could find out. Where's my sword gone? Come here. Ah, don't pick that. Leave that alone. He loves a lot of songs. He loves every song. Very, very optimistic, positive sort of dwarf. They're the type that we like. According to the website, it is. Thanks, Ross. Ross, thank you very much for that. So the way you would join is if you go into here. Is it under settings? I don't think I've set this one to be a multiplayer one. If you go into a multiplayer one, you can get an access code. So you don't need to have people on your friends list. You can add them on later. And if you share that code, they can join your game. So that's the easiest way to get people in. And it works well, and stuff like that. Oh, sorry. Yes, we have an automatic bot, Nightbot, that removes links. So I dare say you've just tried to share the link to the website, but thanks. But thanks for looking it up. Appreciate that. Alexander, Steam Store listed as a cross-platform multiplayer. That's really cool. More and more games are doing that these days. It's really appreciated. Especially now that we have different platforms that we can play these things on. Okay, I think we've hoovered up what we need out of here. If I come back in 4 days, we're going to see some mint and some I can pick them back up. Let me uproot the cranberries. I don't want to plant them there. And you can't just destroy these boxes to be able to get the materials to build your own, unfortunately. The game is wise to that. It does not let you do it. Anything in here? Time seed. Okay, I mean, I might go and plant that and come back to it. We will wander through this area again. Is there anything cool to pick up? Just wooden stuff. Nothing that we can live without. Alright. Let's put the time seed in there. I don't think I finished looking in that building up there. There was some more of those stone carvings. Did we go in? There's wolves up there. We'll leave that for now. Actually, no, we won't, because there's a secret way this way. There's also a way that way. What should we do? We'll go this way. This looks like it leads to nothing over here, so I always like to finish ends. Is that where we came in? I think that's where we came in. I always like to finish off road ends, and therefore I feel like I've explored that area and done with it. Okay, what lies down here? Apart from a rat in the distance. We're in dusk. Time to head back to base. Aha! We have another statue. We might be able to make the next armor when we get back, which would be cool. This is why you should always take some stone with you. These statues are only taking 10. I think some of the other ones cost more. Might be wrong. Maybe that's to do with the difficulty setting or the number of players. I'm not sure. I'm sure I've had to carry more than that. And some of the later statues require just different materials altogether. Trying not to aggro the badgers because I'm not in the mood to kill them. Apparently they're in the mood to kill me though. So just remember, you started it. And we're good. Let's go through here and see what's on the other side of this. Mighty Marlow. So you just saw this game is on sale. What's it all about? Survival base game builder. Exactly that. And multiplayer as well. And cross-platform. And it's set, obviously, in the Mines of Moria. It's a Lord of the Rings game. It does borrow heavily from the lore. It does feel like it's very well themed around the game. Also has the voice actor, the actor who played Gimli in the movies, voice act Gimli in this. You don't see much of him. Bit at the start, bit later on at the end. But it's kind of cool it's in there. He's also narrates the intro when you load the game up. So it is just that, yeah. It's go out, grab resources, rebuild a bit of Moria. There's some bits. Explore the ruins, fight loads of orcs and goblins and other beasties in the dark, and build up a base. Multiple bases, in fact. You will build multiple bases throughout the game. John Rhys Davies, thank you. Thank you. I actually thought he was Scottish, just purely because of the accent he puts on in Lord of the Rings, but he's Welsh. I think he's Welsh, or he must be with a name like Rhys Davies. Is it fun to play with friends? It absolutely is. Single player is not bad. Multiplayer absolutely shines. I mean, I played it through first and single player, and I really enjoyed it. And then I made sure that I got it for my wife as well. And we played it co-op. We haven't played a game together in years, since World of Warcraft, and it was really nice. So, yeah, it was cool. And I think you can have up to 8 players. But that's just what I've been told. Don't quote me on that. Do check the description on Steam. But it is a great thing for groups. Just make sure you trust everyone so nobody runs off with your rare materials. Now, this stuff down here, we're in Blackest Night. This is Shadow, and if you go wandering into that, I'll give you a little example. Watch where it says Hero Spirit and Or Frenzy on the left-hand side of the screen. You're going to see a red bar creep up on that, so we dip our toes in, and then we get out very fast. Because if you let that bar fill up and it doesn't take long, you start taking damage. You go into despair and start taking damage. So you can avoid stuff like that. I can't see. I don't think there's anything to build here. You can build platforms and go over it. Whoop. I think one thing to be aware of. If you start to see any of that, sometimes the game doesn't, or the lighting and shadow in the game means that you don't actually see where this extends to, and you will get caught in it. There's a potion you can find that resists it or reduces its effects. But this is just a nice, clever way of actually getting through. As long as you don't touch the ground or go too low, you can get in here. Is that safe? I'm safe here. Making a strange noise. I thought I was stood in it for a moment, but it looks like I'm all right. Is there anything to harvest in here? I guess, well, there is some stuff we can pick up, but don't really see... Oh, some dried fruit there. I'll have that. That's healing stuff. And you'll notice that my hit points are down. Stuff like that, the shadow will go straight through your armor. Oh, that's a boost, Abak. Okay, so that's what that does. Do I want to pick it up? It's one of the potions in the game. Short on inventory space at the moment. I don't want to drop any of this stuff. Maybe the 7 metal scraps. I'll tell you what, I'll eat that, so I can show you what this does. If I get that one... Oh, there's more metal fragments. We'll have those. So this, you can make them. I've never bothered making potions. I tend to find enough of them, but if you're playing multiplayer, you might want more to go around. This one increases stamina for a short time. Useful if you're about to go into a fight. There's other cool stuff as well. What's that? We'll take that one. Time to head back, I think, as our inventory is full. What we really need is something that's going to increase our backpack space. I need to get the workbench to do that. You'd want to play it with your boyfriend, so it's online co-op. It is, yeah. I don't think you can do it just over a LAN, but the way you do it is you just open up the settings. There's an invite code. You give that to the person you want to play with. They put it into theirs, and it just connects you. They've got dedicated servers for this now for multiplayer. I don't know how that works. You don't need that. Don't need to worry about that at all if you just want to play with a friend or two. I think that's more... I'm guessing that's more like for big groups, or if someone wants an online presence where people can go in and do stuff with the base. Not sure. Look into that if that's something that would interest you. But we just played it. The two of us just played it just by using the invite code. Worked a treat. Very stable. This statue, can we rebuild this? We can rebuild this. Okay. This is a big... No, it's not a bigger one. It's just a general one, is it? Ah, no, this is a monument to Durin III. This is a cool thing. The singing in this game is great.
The world was young, the mountains green, no stain yet on the moon was seen, no stone when Durin woke and walked alone. He named the nameless hills and dells. He drank from yet untasted wells. He stooped and looked in mirror and saw a crown of stars appear as gems upon a silver thread above the shadow of his head.
There you go. Undaunted.
Till Durin wakes from sleep.
I think the singing in the game is spectacular. And like as Baz says in Twitch chat there, if you're in multiplayer, you can all join in the same song and everyone starts singing. And then it's really cool. Especially when you're mining away. Or when if you get a tankard of ale when you're at your base and start drinking it, and the other dwarves will join in multiplayer. They'll start singing and dancing together, and I think it's absolutely awesome. It really adds a lot of character to the game. Because all the songs are like, you can imagine them being like typical dwarven smithing or mining songs. Mist, haha.
That is all you've got?
God, I've got one with a heavily Eastern European accent here. It sounds ever so funny. Can you customize your character? Yes, totally. So I just went in with a fairly standard one, but you've got choice of male or female. Totally customizable beards, hairstyles, skin colors, piercings, tattoos, all that sort of stuff. There's different voices to choose from. And that's one of the more impressive things. I think a lot of the songs, I don't know if they're done in every single accent, because there's a lot of accents, but they're certainly done in enough accents, so whichever song you start singing, it sounds like it's pretty unique to your character. Which is what I like. But yeah, there's a lot of customization, and later in the game you can dye your clothes and armor. So you may all be wearing the same set of armor, but you can actually dye it so that it looks different to everybody else's. Is there anything? There's another. This goes on somewhere else. Oh, I haven't found the ale yet. On some of these old buildings in the taverns. Actually, there might be one right across from where we build the base. I'm going to go have a look when we get back. They have like a cask of ale on the counter, and you can tap it and take a drink. There's nothing much up here. Dwarf females have beards. So Grandma. Sorry, Grandma. I don't know, I think... I've never seen a female dwarf outside of a game. We've talked about them. The films have talked about them. Do they really have beards? Did Tolkien say they had beards? I don't know.
I hear water behind this wall. It could be the shortcut to the mines.
It probably is.
Time to dig.
It probably is the shortcut to the mines. We will look. I'm just going to have a quick look around here because there might be something hidden. And there is. Statue. This is important, folks. If you're new to this, you find a damaged statue, always rebuild it. This is how you get your new crafting recipes. So we've got more armor that we're getting here. But some of them will give you really important recipes that you need to progress to the next area. That's what we came up here for. It's worth having an explore because you never know what you might find. You can trash all this stuff. Fennel seeds. I think we'll leave the fennel seeds. I don't fancy making any gourmet cooking tonight. Okay, I think I've been around this area. This is the campaign, so this is a story. It's a linear story, but it takes you through everything. It's really good. I think it's worth persevering with. There's a sandbox mode where you can just go anywhere and do anything, and that's when you play that, it sort of randomizes to some extent the locations of everything, so you get a different experience. Right, little tip. These braziers you find lying around, you can fuel them to light them. I'll show you what it is. Use the middle mouse. Don't waste coal on them. If you're going to do it, use wood scraps, because coal's far more valuable. Wood scraps you can get anywhere. Oh, I used coal because I didn't change the middle mouse thing. Never mind. But don't bother doing that for the simple reason that they will go out. Far better. Press your build key. Go down or up to wall torch. And stick one of them on the wall instead. If you want light somewhere. And they're a very good way of finding your way back if you get lost in the maze-like caverns and tunnels everywhere. Those will stay lit indefinitely, so it's much better to do that. Tell chat about the ping sound. What's the ping sound, Baz? Just remind me. What you can do... Oh, what you can do if you're playing multiplayer, this might not be what Baz was referring to, if you see something on the floor that you want someone else to pick up, like your inventory is full, or someone else is wanting a particular bit of materials, press Q, point at it.
I see something ahead.
And your other players will get a little ping marker, which will come and... so they can see what you're pointing at. Oh, the ping noise got to do with Durin's axe piece. Yeah, there is something that will... We've got anything on the map? See, the overall goal of this is to find the different pieces of Durin's axe which are missing and then reforge it, and that's supposed to help you. I won't tell you how, because I don't want to give you a spoiler, but that's supposed to help you either get out or defeat the dragon in the mines. It might not be quite what everyone thinks it is. Dude, you just read that song, part of the book. It's from the Fellowship when they're in Moria, straight out of the book. Yeah, Stephen, there's some really cool stuff in this. There are some great songs that I recognise. I haven't read the Silmarillion, there's probably more songs in that. They sing, I think... Oh, the song from The Hobbit, when Bilbo is feeding the 12 dwarves that come. And then afterwards they do the washing up. And they sing that song. And when you get several players together all singing it, you can just totally imagine that scene where they're washing his crockery and singing about smashing it and cracking the plates. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. They sing that. And when the game presents stuff to you out of the books like that, it really feels great. Because as much as I love Lord of the Rings, which you can see there, they're due another read sometime. My favourite book of all time is The Hobbit. I was introduced to that as a kid. Our teacher, when I was about 6 or 7, read it to the class. And I was just enthralled by it. And I bought it when I had a chance to, a year or two later. And I still occasionally read it. Read it to my kids when they were little. They loved it. It's such a good book. And yeah, it's awesome. So when I see stuff like that in the game, it sort of brings back all those great memories. And I just think it's a really cool touch. Does personality do something to your character slots? Character stats? No, I don't think so. So when you're building your character, you can just customize them to however you want them to be. It'll be absolutely fine. What is this? Notice from the king. The king's order. Gadnerzug? I don't remember this. By order of King Durin III, this area of Zirk-Zigil is shut to all under penalty of exile. I have read that. I do remember. We're going to go through anyway. If you see these rune-looking things, these are cool. A wizard's mark. Elven magic. Elven magic. These runes are the writings of the wizard Tharkun. Here is what is written. The magic of the elves is strong here. A wizard searches for Thrain. Gandalf. I'm guessing this is Well, hang on. The markings of the wizard Tharkun, but it's written... Signed off Gandalf? Is that That's not Gandalf's dwarven name, is it? I don't know. If you know the lore behind that, do let me know in chat. I'd love to know. Your teacher read that to you as well when you were about 7? Yeah. We didn't go to the same school, did we? That would be funny. Your favourite from the book is The Hobbit. There's the barrel riding. That's a cool touch. That's a nice comical touch that's put in there without making everyone look like a clown like they did in the Hobbit movies to some extent. But I thought that was... I remember the barrel riding. There's some good stuff in there. They're great books. So anyway, we're going through. I'm going to guess that this was fenced off because the dwarves had a falling out with the elves at this point. You're a bit older and a few hundred miles south. Possible the same teacher if you moved from school to school. Mr. Ward? Now that would be uncanny.
A hidden elven cavern?
Right.
Inside Khazad-dûm?
This is a really cool place.
What is this?
This is a really cool place. What we're going to do is we're going to... Oh, there's orcs to kill down there. We have a full loadout. We're going to go back, drop the stuff off at the base, come back here. We're going to build a brand new base over there. That's the plan. There's more foods and stuff, but we will get this when we come back. The Elven sector is a great spot to build a little outpost. Well, not just an outpost, like a proper full-on base. So we're going to relocate the original one. We are going to have a little look, because I found something else in here to look at, didn't I? Or back through here. Miss Moria? Okay, not the same one. Not unless she had a sex change and grew a beard, which I find highly unlikely, but you never know.
Ever wonder what sunlight feels like?
We have more statues to find. Can I... Whoop. Let's go, let's go. Oh, look at that. A bit of dwarven parkour for you. And this is where it's about to go wrong. By the way, if we sleep, all these cranberries will regrow back. Hi, video games. I like the spelling there. How's it going? You spell your name like I try to type. Missing the letters up in the wrong order. Ah, nice. Okay, we need that fella. And we need to start thinking about heading back now as well. Because we're pretty full. I'll leave the badge. I'll get that carving over there. We should have enough of these to finish this off. We'll show you guys what to do with them in a bit. So, if I look at the mini-map, around the back of this building, it's showing there's a little entrance to go through. Try not to aggro that badger. Oh, there we go. More cranberries. We'll take those. And the badgers. I don't know if it is a badger. What is this thing? It's a Dinmuin? Damuin. Damuin. What are they? Does it show me without aggroing it? What are they called? I have no idea. Damuin. Death Badger, I think, is a good name. I like that. I think it was Jeff who told me that. You're just lurking since this is on sale, thinking of the solo experience. Solo experience is good. Make sure you set it to solo difficulty for your first run. Normal difficulty is tuned to co-op or multiplayer. And that was a very very nice tip. If you fancy a real challenge though, don't hold back, but it might be a little bit tricky. Especially at the start. It gets easier later on as you get better gear and you discover, how things are supposed to work. Right, I think we're gonna... Let's just... Was that a statue? Excellent! Let me just repair this. I only just have enough stone on me for it. Okay, let me just dodge the wolf. Early game enemies aren't too taxing on the mind. They don't have any really nasty attack patterns. If you mistime your dodges, that you can get caught out, but not too bad. So through there, I think we're going to find Durin's Highway. It's got the marker on the map. By the way, you notice when we rebuild that last statue, it didn't give us any new recipes. It only gave us some coal, which is nice. And you can still build them, but that means that we've got all the recipes from this area. Gate to Durin's Highway. Okay, I'm going to pick up that. We've definitely got enough of these carvings. New goal, talk to Arik.
These shadow vents are almost as bad as those cursed runes.
Evil curses. Evil. Highway blocked. Must find another way east.
Maybe we can get into the old mines and find a way back onto Durin's Highway from there.
Mines are close. Dig through. Find where to dig through.
All right. I will find the right spot to dig a shortcut to the mines. I will see you soon, friend.
Okay.
In the mines.
So there's a bit of story. One of the talking ravens from Erebor. Do I have a standing desk? I do. Do you see me moving side to side? Yeah, I've got a standing desk. I used it's a sit-stand desk. It does go up and down, but because I'm a cheapskate and don't want to risk wearing out the motors, I pretty much leave it in the standing position all the time. Occasionally move it down. You're having a bit of an explore around here. There might be something. Let me put the lights on for you guys. Yeah, I only just recently got it. So this background, what you should be seeing is stuff a bit lower down where I have some nicely decorated stuff. I'm waiting to get a sort of thing to do that a bit differently. But I spend too much time sat down. I kind of, well, I have two businesses. I have a PC repair business, small one, and the YouTube and Twitch and streaming and content creation is my other. And between the two, I can easily spend all day sat down, which isn't good. So I thought, I've done this for years, need to make some changes, get a standing desk or a sit-stand desk, and I can choose. I actually find it really comfortable to play standing up, way more than I expected,
Shadow,
actually.
Just like the cursed door, but it's billowing up from below.
Your butt hurts from sitting? Yeah. Even with a nice chair, if you sit for a long time, and let's face it, when we get into a good game like this, you can easily spend hours at a time without realising how long you've been there. And time just flies by. So it's not great for us. A standing can be bad as well if you don't have things set up, or the, you know, monitor at the right height. You can get bad necks from this if you have the monitor set wrong. So it's all about just getting a good position, but I really like it. If you think back to, you're probably too young, but when I was a kid, back in the 80s and then 90s as a teenager, used to go to the arcades, play video games there. They were pretty much all stood up, so, and we never had an issue with that, but then we were young, a lot lighter on our feet perhaps, and all the rest of it. So yeah, I'm sure it's fine. But anyway, I quite like it. It feels good playing standing up. And more importantly, you feel better afterwards as well. Playing a lot of World of Warcraft, so yeah, a lot of sitting. I remember the days. Got my wife into World of Warcraft. It was, when did it come out? 2004? 5? Something like that. So I got it for myself. We were moving across there from Star Wars Galaxies because we just pretty much done with that game. Although one friend went to EverQuest, which he played for years. It's a good game. I think we go back through here. Yep, this is it. This is where we want to be. And so yeah, I just got World of Warcraft. I played it for like an hour, and then I had to work. Because back then I used to work evenings. So I went out to work, and she said she was bored. There was nothing on telly, and I said, "Hey, just go and level. I've started a Night Elf Hunter in this new game I've got. Just go and play it for half an hour." And she wasn't massively into video games. She'd played some co-op Diablo on the PlayStation with us and stuff like that. And so I went out expecting her to have got bored after half an hour. So I came back 4 hours later, and there she is, glued to the computer, about level 6 on this Night Elf Hunter. Absolutely loving it. Addicted to it. And so I bought her a copy, and we played through the game, joined a guild together. All sorts of things. It was awesome fun. So yeah, back in the day. Right, so we've been picking up those carvings of Ori. You remember Ori from The Hobbit? Ori was one, wasn't it? Ori and... There's Owen and Glowin. There was an Ori, wasn't there? I think there was. Anyway. So in each section there's carvings of a dwarf, and you'll probably recognise the names. You collect them and you go and place them on this altar. There'll be more than you need in an area, by the way. There's always more than you need. Sometimes they're very hard to find, but they are there. Once you place them, you open it up. You've got the lot. I've got no space. Right, that's the thing. Inventory space. You can throw things on the floor and pick it back up. Actually, we don't need the carvings of him anymore, so we can just throw them on the floor. So there's more than we needed. They don't have any other purpose. So if I click on the crafting plans, you instantly learn the trapper hat, which is armor. And the heirloom shield, which is actually a better shield than what I've got, but I don't know that it matters a huge amount. That is a law book. Okay, these are good things. What are we going to take? The iron ingots are very useful. The other thing's not as much, but what we're going to do... The base is just up here. I'm going to run back and get them. That's going to be the easiest thing. Ori and Dory, thank you, Bazad. I know the dwarves always came in pairs. Biffa and Bomber, Ori and Dory, Owen and Glowin, Balin and Dwalin, Feely and Keely. Actually, when I played through on this off stream, I think I named my dwarf Keely. One of them. Oh, I don't want to give any spoilers away. I was going to say what happened to one of them in The Hobbit, but I mean, it's only been out for 80 years. I'm sure there's people who aren't ready to be spoiled for that yet, haven't had a chance to read it. So now we know roasted cranberries. So normally I would cook these for breakfast because these are brilliant. However, it's gone past that. It's afternoon. So what I'm going to do, by the time we sleep, I think it'll be evening. And we do need to sleep. So I'm going to cook. I'm going to cook a roasted meat. We're going to do one, and we're actually going to sleep overnight. So I can show you the second breakfast perk. Anyway, while that's cooking, we don't need to sit with it. My food bar is well down, actually. Let's put the food away in our special kitchen chest. Which isn't special, it's just a chest, but we keep it by the kitchen. By the way, the shared inventory, if you put a chest in a base, you don't need to go and get stuff out of it to use the crafting stations. It pulls it from any chest in the base. It does have to be in a chest, you can't just dump stuff on the floor. Let's put that and that. That. We'll keep those out. And our wood scraps. And that away. Ah, no we won't. I know where I'm going next. I'm taking those with us. And some stone and some wood scraps. We're going to go build a new base. The iron ore. We'll take some stone. I'll top it up to nearly 99. Coal we will want. Probably, actually, rather than carrying iron ore, it's easier if I just craft it, right? So we'll craft it here whilst we have a sleep. And then that'll be cheaper to carry. I think there was something new, wasn't there? There was some Iron Hills armor. We'll craft that. We've got the full suit. We could make an heirloom shield. This is tier 2. Strong iron shield of a lost design. We've got the Iron Hills shield. It's only tier 1. They have the same block value, so don't worry about it, but I think this one's probably more durable. One of the hobbits lives here in Hungerford, the one who said, do they have any chips, and belched. Was that the one from the film? We are going to sleep. We're going to go and sleep now. We'll probably wake up at the evening, I think. We'll have something to eat. And then I'm going to give away a copy of the Rohan Armor DLC. Now, this is only for people who've already got the game on Steam, unfortunately. We've given away the copies of the base game already. But if you have the game, or if you're going to buy the game, because it is on sale at the moment, then you can enter this giveaway. So we've eaten that. It is night. So, if I looked at that... It's too late! Ah, I got up too late for dinner. Right, I'm going to show you something cool. We're going to cook 2 lots of cranberries. We're going to go and move base in the morning anyway, so we'll sleep. Oh, we can't sleep again straight away. Ah, that's the thing. You can't go to sleep straight away. I think you have to build your tiredness. It's too soon to sleep again. That's probably going to waste the cranberries then. That's a shame. My bad. That's okay. They'll be good for a bit. Let's go and kill something. And we'll come back and try and sleep through the night and move in daylight. Actually, let's just hang around, because that's going to be a thing as well, whilst we give this copy away. So, we've asked for your favourite Lord of the Rings joke. We've asked for favourite line from Gimli and Gandalf. Give us your favourite line from Aragorn in the movies or the books. He said quite a bit. He had a lot to say. Give us your favourite line. Which is the most inspiring one, maybe, or just something he said. Oh, actually, no, not just from Aragorn. Give me your favourite line from throughout the books and movies. I've got one in my mind. If anyone says it, they'll instantly get a copy of the DLC. Otherwise, I'll just pick the most inspiring one, I think. So you guys have got a bit of a time while I do that. So the reason I cook 2 breakfasts is, A, it fills the bar up. But if you eat these things at the right time, i.e. at breakfast time, you get a little bonus from doing it. So it's actually worth doing it. So whatever time of day it is, if you need to eat food instantly, cook the thing that's appropriate. Now, it will have a little symbol next to it if it's the right time of day, so it makes it easier to guess. Let's actually repair my stuff. Some of it will be broken down a little bit. for Frodo. Is that Sam charging up the stairs in... Oh, where the hell is it? Cirith Ungor or somewhere like that. It's not Minas Morgul, is it? It's one of those castles, isn't it, in Mordor? What about their legs? They don't need those. I like that. Perhaps not the most inspiring line, but it was a funny one. I like that one. It is a good line, that. Meat's back on the menu, boys. That is a very common one. I have been known to say that when playing games and hunting stuff. I think everyone says that now, don't they? That is definitely a thing. Can we sleep yet? Too soon. What if I just roll around and work off loads of energy? We probably have to pass some time. It might be to get rid of the tiredness, though. Oh, it's by Aragorn at the end when they charge the gates of Mordor. It is! I was thinking of Sam coming up the stairs with Sting and holding the light out, and he charges the orcs up there. Quite a funny moment in the film. Meanwhile, while we're just waiting for that, let's stick that on so you guys can see what everyone's saying. I'm just going to go and sort out the two stream keys from earlier. Let me just have a look. Here we go. Hey, welcome, Alex. Glad that's worked okay. Hope you enjoy the game. It's a good one. Message requests. Accept. Who have we got? Here we go, Billy. I have a copy coming over for you. I'll just make sure I copy the correct one. These are people who won a copy earlier in an earlier giveaway, by the way. I'm just sorting it out now whilst we're giving you guys time to come up with an inspiring line that's going to grab my attention. Whoop. Ross. Here you go, Ross. Appreciate you hanging out in the stream today. Apologise for just sounding a bit brief in the messages there and DMs, just so we can get on with stuff. Let me know if there's any issues. Hopefully all that will work and you will be good. Yeah, just go on to Steam, go on to games at the top in the client, go to activate a product, paste the code in there. Should be absolutely fine. I can't carry it for you, but I can carry you. Did Sam say that in the book? Because I can't remember. I'm not about to look it up. It'll take a while to find it. But it makes me laugh when he says that. But I know he does carry Frodo in, but I can't remember if he says that. But that's a cool line. You love many of the friendship supportive lines like that. Copy for what? Oh, Mighty Mal, I was giving away copies of Lord of the Rings. I got some from the developers to give away today. Thank you very much to the devs. That's awesome. Cheers, Sean, if you're watching. Appreciate that. It's been a pleasure to stream the game and to appear on the Steam page as well. So it's been very nice. The thieves, the filthy little thieves. Gollum. Gollum's such a character, such a like polarizing character. Kind of creepy, kind of weird. Some people absolutely love him. Some people not so much. Go over this classic. I don't know half of you half as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you half as well as you deserve. Right, video games. You've just won yourself a copy of the Rohan DLC. Drop me a link, PM on Discord. That is awesome. That's an awesome line. Bilbo's line from the start at his going away party. I love that. That is very well spoken. Demonizer. Even the smallest person can change the course of the future. That's true. That's true. And I like that. It's like that is an inspiring line. I do appreciate that. I'll have to think of something for the final copy to give away. Right, okay, let's jump back to... Where are we? Let's jump back to there. Let's go and see if we... Can we sleep now? Yes! Awesome. So we should wake up in daylight, hopefully. We can go and have breakfast. Oh, no! I've overslept and it's noon. Unbelievable. So the right thing to eat now would be a mushroom stew. Eat at midday to regenerate health over time. I can't. I need an alarm clock. That's what this game needs more than anything else. It needs an alarm clock. Okay, so I've eaten the cranberries. I don't get the second breakfast buff because it's not breakfast time. This is a really cool thing. This is why I love how it pulls things from the books and stuff. If you eat 2 breakfasts in the morning, anytime in the morning, you get the second breakfast buff, which doesn't last very long, but it's just like, it doesn't matter. It's just like a really cool touch. I'm going to cook a mushroom stew just so we can get the buff from this, just for the sake of it. Is there anything else to craft? I may as well turn all the iron ingots, or iron ore into ingots, and then we'll pick those up. Should have had that going off overnight. But that's okay. I can make an iron war axe. I don't consider it... It's a one-handed one. I don't consider it any better than the sword. It has a different animation. Go with style points. But I'm not going to waste materials on it here, so that's fine. Okay. I don't think I equipped the armor. That would help, wouldn't it? Watch the blue bar shoot up. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. So the blue bar down in the bottom left, not only did it fill up completely, it gained into the next bar as well. And that's how armor works. It stacks up like that. So the little, it looks like a little helmet symbol above the blue bar. Each one of those represents a bar of armor underneath the current level of the blue bar. So that's good. That just tanks hit points for us. So I've got stone, I've got wood, I've got coal, and I've got iron. And we can come back to this later. I'm going to eat this. I don't think we need to worry about it. There we go. Renewed. Don't know how long that's going to last. Another thing I would really appreciate it is, I don't think they're going to change this now, but I would like some of the buffs to last a little bit longer. And that would be great. So by the time you've worshipped the ancestors, you've admired your hoard of gold, you've eaten 2 breakfasts, you've drunk the ale and danced and had a sing, the first buff has worn half off by the time you've got the last one applied. Scribe table or too early? I think it's too early for that at the moment. I think so. I'll have a look though. I don't think I've got the menu for it. Do I need to take any of this with me? Yes. Oh, very important. Take some... In fact, we'll sort that. I will take a stack of 50 cloth because we need to make a bed when we get there. Don't think I need to take anything else. And we won't do it on today's stream, but you would, playing the game normally, run back and forth, and you would probably empty most of the stuff here. You would maybe leave the repair smithy, because you can demolish stuff and take the materials, and a bit of food in the one chest. In fact, that's a good point. We will take that. There's a load of materials in there. I may come back. We might. I'll leave some coal. We'll find loads of coal. So if I just deposit that, sort that out. Excellent. The reason I'm doing that is because it leaves us room to pick up the extra materials from that carvings altar that we just found. So we're going to get to the base. I'm going to show you... Oh, build lore case. That's the first thing. This is a cool thing in the game. It's like a bookcase. Or is the build... You get scrolls and books. They require 2 different, like... They are kind of like bookcases. What the books one certainly is. You fill it... Oh, wow. How did I miss this? I missed that. We can't take that one because we're full. We can always come back. How did I not find that before? Anyway, we're going the wrong way. So that's... We are going the wrong way. Where the hell? Where am I going? Down here? Yeah, past the death badges. There we go. I'm on track now. What was I saying? Building a base. Oh, build lore cases. Yeah, they're a curious thing. So you want to construct them and store your books wherever you're doing the most crafting or building. Because what they do is you read the books first and then you craft something, and it gives you a chance of getting the materials back from the crafting. which I think is kind of cool. Doesn't happen very often. It's a very small chance, but the more books you put in the case, the more you get. So definitely keep some of those. Definitely build one in a base before you do a load of building and stuff there. Am I even going the right way? Yeah, I am. Here we go. Been a great stream. Well met, adventurer. Still watching. Lurk, but earbuds in. Baz, I'm going to be giving another another copy away of the Rohan Armor DLC in about 10 minutes. So if you're interested, just keep an eye on the stream for that, and then I will I'll figure out how we're going to do it. I think this is the wrong way. I don't want to be. I want to be through that one. Or do I? It's either that one. It is this one. Yeah, this is the one. This is where we need to be. I think. Is this the one I came? No, it's not. I'm nowhere near where I want to be. I think I was right before. I saw the orange marker and thought it was the Durin's Gateway thing. It's a shame that we can't share GIFs and memes in chat so easily without putting links in to take us to other places. Otherwise, for the final giveaway, I'd ask you to share your favourite Boromir meme, because there are hundreds of them and they're all fantastic. Timothos, is there a new update? In the sense that they've got now dedicated servers. But most of the reason for the stream today is that the game's on sale this week. Well, it's on sale today. I'm assuming it's for the weekend. I don't know for that. So if you were interested, if anyone is interested in picking up the game, check that out. But let's just deal with this little wolf. Is he coming through? No, he's stopped. He knows this ain't his territory. It's not his turf. He's not going to start a gang warfare with whoever owns this place. Right, we're going to, instead of going through all the goblins, we're going to sneak around the side. We're not going to pick anything up because we're currently full. Oh, but we are going to rebuild this. Oh, it requires a steel hammer. Okay, well, that's what we're going to go and fix in a minute.
Quiet. I see prey ahead.
I know, but we can't pick the stuff up, so we're going to leave the prey for later. These things are really good to take down because you get hide off them, and hide is super important for building the next backpack, which will solve a lot of your
I see something
overburdening problems. You can't just simply walk into Mordor Classic. I know, there's been so many of those. They've provided hours of entertainment. One of my favourite ones, it's not a Boromir meme actually. Oh, crab apples, or they're not called that, grab apples on the trees. Something to pick up through here. There's loads of food in this area, and there's elven trees as well, which provide elven wood. They're very good. They're essential for building some new things.
Maybe.
But we're going to go into the mines.
Into the old mines.
Oh wait, no, we're not going to go into the mines.
And, find a way back
That
onto Durin's highway from
is a
there.
new area, which we're not going to go into just yet. We need to forge a steel pickaxe to go through there. Actually, we don't need a massive base here because not far through there is an even better base. But we do need a base here because this is, when we find it, the Elven Forge. I think I've brought...
Isengard was better than this black pit.
I think I've brought everything I need. Yep.
This is all
Now this is our first orc camp.
Hateful men won't have a... Dwarves!
Get ready with the dodge key.
This one's done in.
These guys weren't ready for this at all. That's nice. This is solo difficulty, folks, by the way. Recommended for solo players playing for the first time. If you're playing in co-op, play at medium. If it's your first time, play at medium. Makes it a bit more challenging. Right, anytime you see one of these banners, make sure you destroy it. 2 reasons. 1, if you don't, and you run away and come back, the orcs all respawn. The other reason... Oh, they have an orcish key required for opening the chest. We are currently full, so I am going to drop... Don't really want... I'm going to drop the coins. I don't know, why did I bring those? Oh, I got them out of something, didn't I? Coins, not so useful. Above a certain point. Open the chest. We've got coins, arrows. And the only thing I really want out of there is a jade. You can always come back to a chest like this. You can't put things back in. That's worth noticing. You can't put stuff back into those chests. Once it's out, it's out. But all this stuff will hang around. I don't need to destroy that. As long as we've got the main flag, that's good. Oh, hello. 3 wolves? I've been truly spoiled. Okay, let's go in. This is the goal. This is what we're looking for. And this is probably one of the next important bits of advice I can give you guys as new players.
Must be rubble in my eyes.
We basically have to rebuild this forge. Now, it doesn't require any crafting. You can see the bits glowing on the wall. We just have to get the bits to where they need to be. Now, we're going to have to do this without light. Actually, no, we could light those. But we've already discussed it's better to build like wall torches and things. Let's put them... I'm going to put one on here. Rotate it. So these you can build anywhere. You don't need to be in a base to do this. This is going to be a temporary base, though. Let's put that one on there. I like to be able to see what I'm doing some of the time. Where's it going to go? There we go. That's fine. Is this standard campaign or a sandbox? This is just standard. And it's just a one-off stream today. But over on my YouTube channel, MarkGFL, I've got a full playthrough where I streamed it all live on there. If anyone wants to watch, you're welcome to head over there, take a look. Right, so what we need to do is get this forge rebuilt. So you'll find the bits laying around. It does go dark. We are in night. This isn't the best time to be doing these things. It's just a case of carry it to where it needs to go, put it in. So if I get the torch out, we will see... somewhere there is... oh, there it is. That's a nice easy one. There's a cog up there. Well, it's down here, but it needs to be up there. And pitch black. Right, there's a hole. Hang on. If I drop it, just put any item on. So what we need to do is go through here. I'm going to fix this problem. Let's put a bloody torch on so we can see what we're trying to do. There. These just require a metal fragment and a piece of wood. And it's a permanent light source, which is very nice. Find loads of those everywhere, so it's not a big deal. Lighting and shadows in this game is very good. So if we carry this up here, put that on there, and then... actually, what we can do that's going to light this place up better... I've brought materials across. We're going to make a fairly decent-sized base here. We're going to use this to operate out of for a bit. So I'm going to build the stone hearth. Now, when we put this down, it's worth putting it down reasonably centrally, actually. The reason being, if I put it there, it gives us all this space to build over and build over the other side. You can see where it extends to. So we can build in this now. It also adds a light source, which is very, very welcome. Lighting up the braziers really does light the forge up greatly. Yeah, and it looks nice as well. They go out, though, unfortunately, don't they? Which is a shame. So now we have that. The next thing I would recommend doing is putting down a bedroll, just somewhere where you can find it easily. Go and claim it straight away, because if you do die here... and I think when we light this forge up, I think we get a horde attack. So be prepared for that. Anyway, that's 2 of the things done. We can now see what we're doing a whole lot better. And the third object, you see there, we need to fix the pipe up there. So, let's put some better light on. We want to be... I don't mind burning a few materials for this. You can always destroy these and get these back, folks. If I go up there... ah, hang on. It's... ooh, that's gone dark. Right. That is very dark. We're in the right shadowy place there. Okay, so we can't see brilliantly. What we can do, you're supposed to build steps to get up there. I'm going to show you a little trick. You build platforms out like that. Now, you can't jump while carrying one of these things. But then you don't need to. If I do that, I think that'll probably fall off. I'll put it on this side, shall I? there's a pixel there. We've got easy access to go... No, that did not take my weight. Anyway, that doesn't matter. It is so black in here. We should have... Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fix this for you. Oh, there's some other things we need to build. So we have the forge. Before we go to sleep, we built the stone hearth. We need to build a camp meal table, which will go down there. And we can build a chest, but that'll do for now. We're going to cook on this some roasted cranberries. We're going to do 2. We're going to get the second breakfast buff. We are going to sleep, so we have daylight to work in. Rest. Breakfast will be done in the morning as we get up. Isn't that better? There we go. There's no point trying to show you guys in pitch blackness. So, eat the roasted cranberries. Eat the second one, so we get the early bird thing. There you go. Second breakfast buff. I love that. That's just a cool little thing. Doesn't work with the other meals, obviously. And eat in the morning to reduce energy costs. And as long as that buff lasts... I mean, the second breakfast one doesn't last very long at all. I think that's just put in just for... Just coolness, really. But the early bird thing is quite good. So, I'm looking for that part of that pipe. Let's get a torch out. There's my wood scraps that fell down. And you can tidy this place up and destroy all this rubble and build this into a really nice looking place. If you're into putting things together like that, this is the game. You can completely rebuild Moria everywhere if you like the look of it. Do we actually have to craft that last part? Or is it lurking around somewhere? I don't remember having to craft it before, but it's been a while since I played this stage of the game. All 3 parts are present somewhere. I think I know where it might be. Let's have a look up here. I don't think it's as far away as this. It'll be hidden somewhere. It might be in here. No? When in doubt, get some height. It won't be up here. Great Furnace of Navi. Forge, recipe found, replacement pipe. So you can make them. I thought all 3 were present. I'm just going to check before I use some materials. Maybe they're not. Well, if for any reason you can't find the last bit, and I've done this before, where I've looked around, couldn't see it, so I went and built the damn thing, and then instantly found it afterwards. So that might happen. So it's fine. What we're going to do is we're going to build in our base. I want to repair smithy, but I kind of think we need to get more important things out first. So, like, forge. This will allow us to build that. Just requires iron. Go into special. Replacement pipe. It requires 5 iron ingots. So if in your game they're all there, that's awesome. If not, you can get it this way. And there's always a chance that the game glitches, or you drop it somewhere, or it goes somewhere that you can't pick it up. You can just craft a new one. It's fine. So where'd that appear? Oh, I don't think I put the... I think I put coal in. I didn't craft it. There we go. There we go. Right, I'll show you how to get it up there. So, a lot of people advise building stairs. No, there's a lazier way than that. I think they're all in the same spot. Unless it's under that pile of rubble. It's weird. I might just be missing it, but I don't remember having to build one the last time. But it's no problem. The game sort of teaches you how to do these things. So, you go and stand up here. You press R. You can throw items in games as well, which is sometimes very useful. In this case, I'm going to throw the pipe up there and hope it doesn't fall down. Stop, stop, stop. We'll try that again. Actually, it'd probably be easier to build stairs now I've put the hearth down, but... We will try again. I could just try and throw it onto that one. No, we're going to get it up there. We are going to get it up there. Up. And I'm going to jump up and catch it as it comes falling back down. Quick, quick. Throw again. There we go. Job done. Get ready for epic moment. And we're going to give away one copy of the Rohan Armor DLC as well, right after this. So stay tuned in chat. If you're watching on the Steam store page, you can come over to the MarkGFL YouTube and Twitch channels. And I'll figure out how I'm going to give this away. Yeah, that looks terrifying. You can actually stand in the face of that flame and get your... It doesn't burn your beard off. It'd be awesome if it did. I think it should. I think it should. Hey Baz, welcome back. So doing that gives us a load of new recipes, and as I predicted...
Drums in the deep! They are coming!
Nice. Cool touch again. So they will spawn all over in this place. Just make sure I claimed that. So if I do die here, I respawn right here. What I should have done is put down a repair smithy to repair my gear.
We got orcs!
What the hell? Who is that? Goblin Man? He's like the world's worst superhero. The least popular member of the Avengers. Oh, you want some as well? The deer's getting involved.
That's one more for me.
Depending on the difficulty you play on, the horde monsters generally aren't as dangerous as other ones you find wandering about. I mean, and there's some tough ones. There's also some weaker ones. The difficulty comes in the hordes of them. Just retreat. You get archers as well. Now, archers are a problem because they're obviously standing at the back taking pot shots at you. I find it best to take the archers out first. You can. Ow. Get out of there. Stuck in a corner and in the dark. This is a big old horde. And if you do run out of stamina, just back off for a bit. And always dodge. If you see them line up their attack, always dodge. I'm going to sprint over and get this guy. Hey! Friendly fire is a thing in this, so be careful. In multiplayer. Actually, I don't know if player on player fire is. I don't know if that is. But goblin on goblin fire definitely is. You hide up in a corner during this horde? I suppose you can just wait till they come and trash the place and rebuild it. I've never actually thought of trying that. That's interesting. Oh, hi Tom, welcome back. You don't know, Captain Marvel is probably the least popular member. I didn't really care for those movies too much. I think I was all superheroed out. Okay, we are full. We need to pick all this stuff up. There's new stuff we can build. Don't need to build any more pipes. This would be our base for going out exploring the Elven Quarter, which has loads of cool stuff. So new foods, chop down the elven trees for elven woods. That's really important. You get loads of awesome stuff from that. Hide, so you can make your first upgraded backpack. And yeah, it's just a really nice place. It's light, it's airy, the food regrows. You get an infinite supply of cabbages and stuff. It's all you ever wanted, cabbages to eat in the mines of Moria. Hope this place has good ventilation. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to give away a copy of this DLC. So, this is for players who already have the game on Steam, of course. This is the Rohan Armor Set DLC. What should we ask? We've had jokes, we've had all sorts of other things. Go on then, we're going to go for best single line again of the movie. Your favourite single line. I'm just going to pick one. I might randomise it a little bit. I have an awesome tool for giveaways. The only trouble is it doesn't work across both YouTube and Twitch. And when you multi-stream, it doesn't take both into account, which is unfortunate. Otherwise, we could do random draw giveaways. So we're going to give it to someone who gives the most effort. I have one particular line in here. I'm going to say it's from The Return of the King. If anyone types this, or the first person to type this, you get DLC. Otherwise, I'm going to pick my favourite that comes up. Nothing that we had before. Pick something different. Meanwhile, we're going to very quickly build ourselves a chest. We might have enough to build. This would be awesome if we do. Our first treasure pile here. So let's go and use that. Let's put the food in this one. Oh, and some gems. Oh, we need to build a bookcase. We need elven wood for that. That's kind of a thing now. Let's go over in the corner and build ourselves some piles of stuff. Some things over here. I've moved to the wrong thing. Sorry, guys. I should have been on this. So you guys over on Steam can come and join the channel. Just look for MarkGFL, YouTube and Twitch. You can come join this giveaway. So the lore case, which is where we put the books, that requires elven wood. Which is we'll get that. We'll get that. So wood pallet goes down. Oh, I need to build nearer my hearth. Okay, that's fine. It can go back here. It's fine. We will have stone pallet, so it's there. And once again, the fact that anything in your base is drawn upon automatically when you're crafting, absolutely fantastic stuff. I love that. And we can build more hearths to increase the range of our base as well, which is another great thing. Deposit all stone and deposit all wood scraps and then take a few back. Right, how are we doing? We've got cloth and metal. Oh, I'll tell you what we absolutely need. We need repair smithy. That's like an essential piece of kit. Always make sure you've got one of those in any camp, because you can just go up to it and repair all your gear. Oh, until you run out of metal fragments, that is. I didn't bring many of those, to be fair. They're based at the other thing. Saw it on Steam, but it's live, I see. Hi, Highness. Welcome back. So we're giving away a copy of the Rohan Armor DLC. If anyone just needs to catch up, if you already got the game, this DLC will add the Rohan Armor. I think there's some other things to it. I don't have it myself, but I was given a couple of copies by the devs very kindly to give away to you guys. We're looking for your favourite line. I'm specifically looking one from Return of the King. If anyone types it, no one has yet. No one's even entered yet. Come on, guys. Rohan pack is just cosmetic. The armour will be. I don't know if there's anything else in that pack that does. I don't know. And while we're doing that, I'll just wait a second. I'm just going to give a copy away to the last person who won. This will be the first of the 2 DLCs, and that is video games. Accept DM. There's a code coming to you. Make sure I give the right one. I'm not saying I might have done that before, but I might have done that before. There you go. So to activate that, just head over to Steam, click on your Steam client, click Games at the top, activate a product, copy and paste that in, and enjoy. And thank you very much. Okay, so where are we? Where are we, folks? But I've been too deeply hurt, Sam. I tried to save the Shire and has been saved, but not for me. It must often be so, Sam. When things are in danger, someone has to give them up, lose them, so that others may keep them. That's a nice line. Lord of the Rings games are always +1 immersion. Yeah, that's true. That's true. There are 3 Lord of the Rings games that I would recommend. If you're into MMOs, the Lord of the Rings Online is still good from what I understand and gather. And it's rare that an MMO, we're not talking about EverQuest and World of Warcraft, but most of the ones fall by the wayside. But that one I think is pretty decent. And if you like the world and stuff, it's still worth playing. Moria here is probably my favourite survival game. And that's what it is. But it's got such great lore and flavour for Lord of the Rings. The singing. We didn't get the ale, unfortunately. We didn't find the ale. I'd love to have shown you that on stream. You get to build ale tanks later, brew your own beer. And the singing and dancing, especially when you have multiplayer, everyone joins in. That's awesome. And it just feels just right. And the other games, 2 games I'd recommend, actually, if you guys are interested. They're more like action games. If you think of them as Assassin's Creed, Lord of the Rings, they are what they're called, Middle-earth Battle for Mordor, or no, Mordor Shadow of War, Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor. I don't know. You know the ones I mean. You play a ranger called Talion, an absolutely amazing game. Second one was my favourite, but they're both good and worth playing. You'll pick them up cheap. What are they called? I need to get the name of that right. Oh, Lord of the Rings Lego is quite good as well, I think. Lord of the Rings keeps adding legendary servers and 64-bit servers coming out. That's good to know. That is good to know. Saruman, I think your stuff is broken. That's good. Okay, I'm going to give this copy away. I'm going to give this to Bazhat. Thank you, because I know you've entered every single one. And the specific line I was looking for, which I would have given instant and declared an instant winner. And this is one of my favourite lines from the movies. It's Eowyn when she defeats the Witch King, and she just stands up and she says, "I am no man," before stabbing him in the eyes with the sword. I think that whole moment, that whole scene is just absolutely fantastic, and it's one of my favourite parts of the movie. The whole battle is fantastic. I mean, from the point where Theoden King turns up with the Rohirrim and the horn sound, which is my Twitch alert when we get raided as well. It's just awesome. And the speech he makes, the death speech, the whole thing is absolutely golden. But yeah, that's my favourite line. Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, thank you. Yeah, it's an absolutely amazing game, is that. I played the second one first, because I must have picked it up on a sale. I don't know why I did it that way round, but I enjoyed it so much I went and bought the first one and played through that, which gives you more of the story. But there's so many cool touches. And the second one, I gather, was a game that kind of bombed when it came out because of issues around the cash shop and things. But they fixed that, and if you like Lord of the Rings stuff, I think that's a pretty spectacular game. Thank you. Bernard Hill will be proud. Bernard Hill is a legend. Right, Baz, just give me a message on Discord, please. PM me on that, and I will drop you the code for that one. Right, well, I think pretty much I'm expecting the guys on Steam will be saying goodbye now, because I was only supposed to be on there until... I might still be on. I think I was only supposed to be on there until 7 o'clock, but we'll continue a bit longer, because it's fun. Right, where do we get to? Let's see if we can build a treasure pile. Little tip for when you're looting as well. If there's after a big fight like this, just hold down on PC, it's E. Just hold it down as you run around, and you will hoover up everything that the Horde has dropped. You can sprint around and do it at the same time as well. Even better. I don't think it's going to be enough for what we wanted, though. And I didn't bring the coins up from the other place, but that's fine. We can drop them in here. We've got 35. We haven't got quite enough. That's fine. So at this point... Oh, I think I need to just rebuild my armor. We can. We repair the sword. That's nice. So you can actually build some awesome, cool bases in this. If I put down another hearth... Oh, I haven't got enough materials. I need more wood scraps to extend the stone hearth. We can extend it, and we can build walls across. We go back, actually. How big a... Yeah, we can reach to there. So we can build ourselves an epic wall across here to keep the next load of scumbag raiders out. I mean, it's going to be a bit pointless at the moment. See, at the moment, this awesome stone wall with this at the end of it. We used to joke, with this big open gap, this is what the Windows firewall used to look like. It's like building a huge stone wall or a huge stone gate at the end of your garden, but having no fence. Thankfully, Windows firewall has improved a little bit these days. Devs already went to the brewing bar. Your store now. Oh, I wish we could get beer going. But one of the great things about this game is the longer you play it, the more cool things you get. You start farming. You don't need a big farm plot. You just grow a few things. In fact, single player, providing food is dead easy. You get nice new weapons. You get to put runes on the weapons, which is really cool. We don't have the table for that yet, do we? Bases, by the way, are not one-dimensional. I mean, we've got... If I had more stone, I would completely encase this place in walls, but you can add layers to them. You can do it with stone floors, so we can add stuff on. We can have a second layer. I don't really have enough stone to pull this off, and what we'd do is we'd have some stairs going up there. You can do it with rope ladders as well, but you don't want to be climbing ladders in your own home. You want to be moving around in style. So we would find some small stairs. No, we wouldn't. We would find some tall stairs. We'd find rough. Oh, we need rough, tall stairs. I don't have enough wood for that. But basically, you build the stairs up, and you've got a whole new layer of space to expand into. You can put little battlements on top, so when there's a raid, you can have archers still there if you're playing in multiplayer. Stuff like that. It's really cool. How do you do it on Discord? Actually, you're on Twitch. I can send you a PM on Twitch. I'll do it that way, Baz. Don't worry about it. It's on YouTube. It was more important that people sent me a Discord thing, because YouTube, unfortunately... Well, not unfortunately. I think it's probably a good thing. YouTube used to be able to send instant messages on to people. That was generally bad, because you could receive all sorts of abusive things. But that's going back a bit. So I'm just going to whisper you now. And don't show this code to anyone else, obviously. But just go and activate that product on Steam, and it'll add you the Rohan Armor DLC. There you go. And enjoy. All right, so let's see. Where have we got to? We're back round to night. And I've done nothing but talk all day and build a defensive wall consisting of 3 sections, a door, and a roof. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have put the forge there. But anyway, that's absolutely fine. Let's cook something, sleep, and go out and explore this elven sector a little bit. So, we're going to craft... I have enough for 2 breakfasts. And we're going to enjoy that, because we can. Do I have anything else to put in? I think I will. I put the metal fragments in. I don't think we're going to need them when running around. And I don't think I have materials to craft anything awesome in this. By the way, you can use this as a furnace. If you go in, you can make steel ingots now, which require iron ore and coal. We've left all the iron ore behind, so that's fine. And if we click on this, whoop, we go around the right side. We can click on this. The Eregion Spear, that's actually a really nice weapon for early in the game. Requires bronze, which is going to be a bit harder to get. We need the steel pickaxe. So the steel pickaxe first. So you can see how the game progresses here. So we found a new area, which has unlocked new recipes, which allows us to get new materials. But to get new materials, we have to make the correct pickaxe to go and mine the new materials. Once we've got new materials, we can make new tiers of weapons and tools, like steel hammer, which allows us to go and repair the new statues we found, which will give us new recipes to increase the base, to get us to the point where we're then upgraded enough to go into the next area. And that's how the game works. That's how it repeats all the way through. So there's no experience, there's no grinding. You never need to get more materials than you actually need, so you don't have to spend hours and hours and hours mining if you don't want to. If you like hoarding, it's good to have stuff. But that's generally how this one works. Kingbury, can you have the code too? Unfortunately, I don't have any more to give out. I've given them all away today, so apologies for that. But if it's just... I only had 2. I only had 2 to give. The devs gave me them. But if anything more comes from the devs, because I might be appearing, streaming their games in the future, if I'm lucky, and if they're happy with what I've done today, if I haven't dissed them in the game too much, then you might see me again. They might give us some more stuff, which would be cool. Do follow, folks. If you're on Twitch, follow. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. If you're watching on Steam, come over, watch either of those, and check out the Discord as well, so you can see when I'm going live and updates like that on stuff. If you're thinking of picking up this game, if you're still watching, if you haven't bought the game, if you do want to get it, go and find a friend, see if you can find someone. If you can get someone else to agree, definitely buy it, because it's one of the best co-op survival games and building games I've played, and if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, it's just icing on the cake. Your gaming mate's already played this, but you're definitely going to check this one out. I recommend it. There's not many survival games I do recommend, but this one was good. And I gather when this one released, I'm sure the devs won't mind me saying, that there was a lot of imperfections and a few issues with the game. And I'm really happy to see that they've been working on it and they've got it to the state that it's in now. And that's really nice, because there's so many games released these days where things are released, they're not right, and the publisher or the developer just moves on to another project because they think, yeah, we've made our money, we'll sell that, screw it, leave it. But I really appreciate when developers work on their product, make it better, add things to it that the community want. I think that's what these guys have been doing, so that's appreciated. You don't know what to do, but you got the code? I shall show you. Let me load up the Steam client. So what you do is you open up your client on your PC. Yep. Wasn't supposed to do that. You go up to the top where it says Games. Click on Games. Click on Activate a Product on Steam. And then just copy and paste, or type if you want, the code into there. Click Confirm, and it'll add that DLC to your account. Assuming you've got the base game, of course. If you haven't, it'll say you need the base game to use it. And that hopefully should get you going. You had 4K in a wooden PC, black screen, but new rig now, so no problems. Nice, that's good. Billy, your game's downloaded. That's your evening gone. Cool, enjoy it. And if you guys do build some epic bases, and that's one of the things. I'm a pretty functional kind of guy. I don't appreciate special decorations and stuff because I'm lazy. I build just what I need in these games most of the time, just to get along. Occasionally, I'll think, yeah, I want that to look nice. I'm going to do some extra. But some people love building this, and like in Minecraft. When I play Minecraft, I just build like a castle until I get bored, and then that's it. But some people love building these wonderful worlds and bases. If you do anything like that, go and share it on the devs Discord. There's a Discord for this. Go and stick it on mine, because I love seeing what other people create, because it inspires me, and it gives me ideas to do stuff as well. But to give you an idea of how little I appreciate decorations, or maybe I'm just so focused on what I'm doing, I don't notice them. I walked past some pictures on a wall about a house, and there was about 12 of them, little ones, and my wife had put up, and they're all little collages of what we and the kids did when we were little, or the four of us. And I looked at these, I thought, wow, these are fantastic. When did you get these? And she says, they've been there for 3.5 months. And this was a wall I walked past about 8 or 9 times a day, and I never noticed them before. You're a total utilitarian, practical builder too? Yeah, that's totally me. Your home on Nabooing Galaxies cost millions of credits, your pride and joy. I didn't decorate my home in Star Wars Galaxies, I am ashamed to say. But I loved going around other people's homes and shops and seeing what they'd done. That's one of the best games for that. It was awesome. I don't know if it's still out. Star Wars Galaxies emulator was a thing for a bit. But yeah, reliving the good old days, eh? Right, Tom, you'd love to see what Death Trap Aimless builds in this. Unfortunately, there's no traps. They would be awesome. Aimless would build something that looked amazing, though. He likes building bases. For those of you who don't know, Aimless is a streamer that we've co-streamed sometimes. There's me, Aimless, the voice of Todd, and TC Free. We've streamed some, co-streamed some 4-player games. It would work great on this one. That would be awesome. And we played 7 Days to Die together, and Aimless, being more experienced, built all the bases to trap all the zombies. And they did a better job of trapping me and Tom and TC than they ever did of trapping zombies. Electric fences, detonations, pits of death that were like 300 feet deep. Yep, we experienced all of them while the zombies laughed at us. So the moral of that story is, just be careful who you play with. There's steam vents that you can channel enemies into. I never really thought of channeling the enemies into the steam vents. I usually found myself rolling over them, taking damage. Star Wars Galaxy Emulator was good, but not a big enough player base. I didn't play it for long enough. I still had my original discs for that game, which you needed for the emulator, so it was good. It was nice to get in, because I loved Star Wars Galaxies back in the day. But anyway, every game has its time. We do need to get him, but I'm not going to worry about him just now. I'm going to go after the orcs outside. We're going to explore this bit a little. And destroy these orc camps, desecrating this beautiful elven sector. Not that we have any particular great love for the elves. Oh, actually, I think we're back on speaking terms with the elves by this point, aren't we?
Too many brainless orcs around. No wonder Saruman made us better.
Goblin men.
Men care.
Moria will
Are goblin men a thing? I don't remember goblin men from anything. I'm sure they are.
That is all you've got?
Boot. That's the way to do it. Knock them on the floor. They can't fight back on the floor. By the way, the dodge is one of the most powerful things you can do in the game, because it just negates the enemy animation. Unless you roll over a vent or into something that's going to kill you, some shadow, they're about to hit. Just dodging instantly negates it. Wonderful. Get the key, open the chest. What's in the chest? A lot of rubbish. I would recommend picking all the stuff up. The coins are good. Everything's useful. But we will, for the sake of having a quick look around, we're not going to do anything with that today. There are some things in the Elven sector I highly recommend you go and get. Obviously, dig out the iron ore and the coal. Then you can get the steel production going. Let's go up that ladder, because I think what I'm looking for is up there. And I'll show you guys one more thing, one more tip before I disappear for the night. Is there anything that you guys who've played this have had difficulty with or found tricky in the game that you would advise a new player to do differently, or how to cope with? Like, what was the thing in game that was your aha moment? I wish I'd known that sooner. I'm trying to think what mine is. Let's grab those.
No, and I'll keep it that way.
There's loads of materials around here.
Orcs killer. Wait, can she be killed?
Orcs avoid the Elven Quarter. Oh, that's why we've got goblin men here. Filthy dwarves. Why is it always filthy dwarves? It could be angry dwarves. It could be annoying dwarves, dangerous dwarves. We hate the dwarves. Why do they have to call us filthy? I had a bath 2 months ago, thank you very much. And every 2 months I have a bath, whether I need it or not. There's no need to call me names like filthy. Charge this up and swing. Generally attacking people will also interrupt their attacks, but not always, so be careful when you're figuring out which enemies that requires to. I need a steel hammer to start rebuilding these, so we do need the coal and the iron. Oh, let's get rid of this thing. Mine was Horde travelling back with me while using a travel stone when you fled. Yeah, that's the first time that happens. That's a shock. It's not the travel stone isn't the get out of jail free card that you think it is it? Ooh, what's that? What is that? Navi's carving. Okay, there's obviously something to go on. Oh, nice. Okay, we've got some iron ore there. I'll take the coin. Well, we should take it all. The reason I'm not is because I'm going to show you guys something to pick up when we get over there. It's just around this corner, I believe. Warding Abak. Yep, we're nearly there. This is one of the most useful things food-wise in the game. It should be. Am I right? It's not these cabbages. These cabbages are good. You pick up so many of these. You can use them in recipes later. But you can also eat them raw.
A bear nest.
A bear nest? Oh yes, a bear. Doesn't look very well. Bears destroy the trees, by the way. So make sure you pick the bits up. It's this. This is what I'm looking for. So what you want is at the base of this statue, this is the only place I've seen this in the game, it grows herbs. Elbereth's Blessing. We're not going to fight the bear. It'll take forever. It's not worth it. We'll let him kill some stuff. And Elbereth's Blessing is used to make lembas bread. And that is the best food in the game when you get the recipe for it, because it completely refills your health and stamina. Other foods do a smaller, not stamina, sorry, tiredness. It's super cool. You won't be able to build it till, make the stuff till later. But Elbereth's Blessing is worth coming back here. That respawns on a regular basis. Come back and grab it, because lembas is the best stuff once you can make it. Later in the game, you can actually grow this herb, but it's like really late game. So traveling back here is super cool, and that's why fast travel points become very useful. Was it a glitch with the Horde coming back? No, I think that happens. I've used travel stones to get out the way, and then you get back to base, and then the Horde is there hammering at the base. So you've got to be careful where you go back to. You can learn to make that... Oh, you can learn to make that statue after Durin's Forge. Durin's Forge is late, isn't it? Late in the game. Anyway, we'll finish cleaning out this guy. I'm going to save my stamina for the fight rather than sprinting in. Better to sprint out when you're in trouble than sprint in and not be able to move afterwards. We're going to put him down. There we go. Shield bash. Really nice. Oh, get the guy on the floor. As you can see, these aren't the most challenging enemies, because this is still an early part of the game. They do get more challenging, especially when there's hordes come along. And playing on medium difficulty is a big ramp up from this. But first, for your first playthrough, stick it on solo if you're playing by yourself, and just enjoy it. Take it easy, learn the game, and let's take those. Oh, I might as well take those. Oh, I've got some arrows, I guess. And I've got those. Right, I'll take the whole lot then. So the other really important thing to get here is get your pickaxe out. Is that one? That is... Yep, trees. Any of the trees that you can take down, take them down. They give you elven wood, which is required for some of the important recipes. Whoa, Jesus. Wasn't expecting that. Yep, that caught me out. Right, now we're full. So we're going to ditch that because we don't need it. But I don't really need the arrows. We can always pick them up later. Elven wood we do. And that gives us... Oh, an instant recipe, actually a roasting pit. Which is just a better version of the hearth for cooking. It gives you access to some brand new recipes as well. So we'll go back and get that created. What was that? Oh, cabbage. I can't pick the cabbage up. What a pity. Right, I'm going to go back through the middle. I don't fancy fighting through the death badgers. What's that one? Oh, that's my rubbish, isn't it? You will find this is your biggest issue in the game, actually. Inventory space. So the sooner you can get the hide pack built, which I think is a hide pack or adventurer's pack. I can't remember. It's the first upgrade. We need to get the workbench to do it. I'm going to see if creating... Are these coins? Right, let's just gather all this lot up. I think there's some more orcs up there, but we can ignore them for the time being. I'm going to see if crafting some of this stuff gives us the recipes. It's the coal, isn't it? We've got coal. Haven't got any stone. Wood scraps we have. I'll keep them on me. We're going to build the... We should have the elven wood pallet now. Do we... Oh, we can do a treasure cache. Excellent. Let's do this, because this is nice. Let's just stick it down there. Stick it by the door or nearby on the way out of a base, because what you want to do is every time you leave a base, you run past that and you admire it and you get a buff. But also, if you open it up, you can put gems and stuff in it, and the more valuable the gems, this one's a precious gem. You can get semi-rare, you can get very, very precious ones, and the more of them in, the better the buff is. Allegedly, I think that's how it works. It's also useful for storage. We can admire that, and we get a little buff when it does it. Horde Fierce, which is kind of nice. I mean, with dwarves, we like gold, right? There's a noise meter appeared. It has not yet. I wonder if it's when you go into the mines, the actual mines, which are the next bit along. Okay, what else was I going to build? I was going to build the elven wood pallet. Let's stick it down here. You can always destroy things and move them. When you destroy a building that you put down, construction, you get the bits back. So don't worry too much about it. Oh, there it is. About to say I can't see it. We'll deposit everything, which isn't much. And then we're going to forge. Oh, I need to put an iron thing down as well, don't I? I would say plan your base areas out a little bit so that you don't end up trying to climb over things later that are in the way. So I have made that mistake myself. Right, let's go and see if we can make some steel. We've got coal. It's not in there. It's in here. We can go for steel. Let's add it in. We can actually get... We can get a few of those. That'll give us some cool stuff. It's early evening. Oh, we've got visitors? Well, you know what? I think I've just spotted my breakfast. There we go. Hoover all that up. Breakfast sorted. Let's go and see what we can make. I don't have enough for the roasted cranberries. We're going to roast some meat. Well, I tell you what we can build that I'd forgotten to do. We can build the roasting pit. For that, we need more wood scraps. Is there a roast? There should be a roasting pit. If there is, I need more wood scraps, but not much. There's probably something around here that I can chop up, is there? We need one more wood scrap. Yeah, I can get it off this. If I wanted to take this stuff down. Pretty much anything in the game can be destroyed. So if you're short of a material, just look for something that looks like it's made out of that. And there you go. A couple of wood scraps. And do spend some time putting torches all around your base. Working in darkness is no fun for anyone. Roasting pit. Probably sensibly would be put up the top of the stairs. I'm not worrying too much about where we put things here. That then gives you access to more advanced things, which have a much bigger effect on your food. In fact, anything you make on the roasting pit, and you'll get better stuff later on, or more stuff later on, I think it pretty much one helping restores your food level to full. Okay, let's just sleep. Let's pass the night. Ilug Mummoth. I didn't even have time to read that. We'll go and collect our steel. See if we can craft ourselves a steel hammer. Nice. We got the steel ingot. Yeah, ingots. We can... The pallet. We can make a hammer. So I don't have enough hide because I've left it in the other base. We're going to fix that. Just right outside that doorway, there's an ample supply of hide just waiting to be hunted. There he is. Let's go take him down. Oh, we've woken up in the middle of the night, which was not the intention. You have to sprint at these fellas and then attack when you get close, but just before you spook them. You'll notice in the bottom now, my darkness meter now is increasing. If that goes too high, we will go into despair. Walking around. Oh, I got him. Nice. There's our hide. And we can make a meat stew. Did I pick up something different? Yeah, it's best to sleep through the dark, I find. It's easiest to manage it that way. So back we go. Probably forge it in that, can I? Tools. Iron. Oh, iron hammer. Steel hammer. Elven wood and hide. That now gives us the elven wood chest, which if you... It's good. Elven wood is slightly limited. You probably can afford to make some elven wood chest. You get even bigger chest later on. The advantage is that the elven wood chest takes up the same space as a little one like that, but stores a lot more stuff. So... Now we've got the hammer. Make sure it's equipped. Chuck the old one away. Or, you know, store it somewhere for later. Make sure you have enough stone with you. Which I don't, because I've used it to build walls. And then you go out and build all the statues here. And explore this new area. You get new recipes. You come back to base. You enhance all your gear. And you repeat until you've explored Moria and solved the mystery of the dragon, the curse, everything, and maybe met up with your dwarven friends once again. I won't say too much. It's a cool little story going through. It's worth playing through multiple times. But if you don't want to repeat the story, you can play in the sandbox mode, which just changes things up a little bit. Lets you go and build and do whatever you want and explore, which is really cool. Anyway, folks, I'm going to head off now. That's me for the day. Oh, I apologise. We've been in this mode for too long. We should have been back on the other one. I don't normally stream with this. I use this for when we're doing giveaways and chatting and talking about stuff. So it should have been looking more like that. I do apologise for that. You guys need to tell me when I'm in the wrong scene. I'm going to hold you guys responsible. Anyway, had really good fun today. It's been awesome. Hey, Dirty Augment. Sorry to be a squinny mark, but you've got your intermission overlay on. You... yes, if you told me that 20 minutes ago. But thanks anyway. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's at the moment, because I'm on a standing desk, my other monitor, which monitors the stream on the stream PC, is down there, and I'm going to use that as an excuse as to why I balls that up. It's clearly nothing to do with my skill or attentiveness or anything like that. Anyway, for those of you who just got a game on the giveaway today, hope you enjoy it. Let me know how you get on. Do post some pics in Discord if you make any epic bases, and do pop back over to the YouTube channel under this video, this live stream. It'll be there. If you got any questions, just ask in there, or you can ask on Discord as well. I'll drop a link once again. If you want to come and say hello, ask me about anything. If I don't know, someone in chat probably will, and we can give you any advice you need on stuff like that and on other games that we play. I'm going to be back tomorrow playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which is awesome, from 3 o'clock UK time. I'm really looking forward to that. And we might have something different going on Sunday, but generally more Kingdom Come 2 stuff until we get through that game. So have a great night, whatever you get up to, and we will catch you again hopefully tomorrow. Enjoy Lord of the Rings Return to Moria. It's on sale. If you want to pick it up, now's the best time. And yeah, let me know how you enjoy it. All right, folks, thanks for tuning in, and have a great night.